Rick and Norman, but it's Big Monday on Rise and Shine College Football. I've got Big Mike Boganowski, Big Cuz Marcus Dent, and we're going to talk about the biggest storylines that have been in spring football so far for the Oklahoma Sooners. Let's get into it now. Good morning, and welcome back to Rise and Shine College Football. I'm your host, Jason Watkins. I'm here with one of my Monday co-hosts, Big Cuz, Coach Marcus Dent.
Man, what's happening?
Not much, man. We will have Big Mike Boganowski. He just texted me. He'll be in here shortly. And if you love college football, you know you're in the right place. So before you forget, smash that red subscriber button, like our videos, and don't forget to ring the bell so you don't miss one moment of Hall of Fame college football. Good morning, big dog. What you doing?
Man, just chilling, man. Been a long week.
Yeah.
Down in Norman, man, and down there to check on the kid, man, and get a chance to see some guys. And I've been hearing about it spring training, man. I'm telling you, I'm just going. Looks pretty good. They cooking down there. It smells good. I can tell you that much.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know what it tastes like. It hadn't hit the field, but it damn so smell good.
You know, a lot of people are kind of going back and forth about whether or not they can feel good about it or not. I tell you,
I understand that.
Feel like you should feel good about it. This is what Oklahoma does. If you think they're just going to stay where they are, where they were last year, and we're going to have this over and over again, then I think you are probably having some issues within a lot of other things. But it is what it is. I understand some of that. Good morning, Keywan Joseph. C. Walt, what's up, my guy? Johnny Boy, Logan Litke. Make sure you folks wipe your feet when you get here. Kimberly K, good to see you. Good to see you. Make sure you jump over to the Gridiron Insight as well. Hit him a like over there. If you're not a subscriber to the Gridiron Insight, become a subscriber to the Gridiron Insight as well.
Appreciate it.
A lot of cool stuff coming up. We've actually been working on something this weekend a little bit. For me and Marcus, we're going to be working on some stuff and got some pretty amazing content coming up also. So excited for that. But hey, man, it's spring break time. You got guys gone on and this was there's kind of a stupid narrative out there about, until they stop doing these dang mission trips, we're not going to be back to what we were. Those are the dummies. You just got to let, those are just the dummies.
Here's the deal. You talking about a mission trip. These kids get spring break, so they're going to go wherever they're going to go. So it doesn't, however they're trying to put that in contact, that has nothing to do with football.
That's just dummies, bro. I tell you,
stupid. Yeah,
real
stupid. Because it builds, number one, it builds chemistry with your teammates.
Yeah,
they don't understand that when you over there helping others, man, and you get to see another side of a guy besides being on the football field, man, it helps you.
Yep.
And that's just building team chemistry, and you can't, man. It's unmatched. Yeah. So whoever that is,
it's from the sip. He's from the sip.
They can go take a hike with that, But man, I've seen a lot of good stuff, man. Down there, and of course, Parker talked about it. Isaiah's out right now. Nothing bad. There's nothing that's that's gonna say, okay, he's gonna have something. Nah, none like that. Is more precautionary.
Yeah.
want to go down the road we went down there last year, so you can get a medical staff and the team, a little bit of say, okay, we turn the tide on some different things with that. So just precautionary, want him to be 100. You can't go out there and be 80%. You're not you're not being productive, being 80%. So want to be 100 with that, man. But you know, my biggest take from just being there is fun. Man, I saw the offense having fun.
Mhm.
And that's something that you hadn't seen in a minute. I'm talking about at practice. They were having fun scoring on that defense. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Gibson's a dude, man. He's a dude, bro.
Bro,
He's a difference
he
maker.
did that backflip after that touchdown, and they were rowdy and
Oh
hyped up about it. You saw Arbuckle running around and
yeah,
acting a fool. Hey,
man. They moving around. They
competing. That's what you call competition.
yeah, yeah.
And last year we didn't hear a lot of shit like that going on.
Oh yeah.
You just heard a bunch of doom and gloom coming out of there when it came to all that kind of stuff. So that's good.
Man,
We're gonna
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm
no,
listening.
I just obviously with when it comes to Isaiah, it sucks that he had a little setback, but it's a setback, and I'm excited
Oh yeah.
about. I
Oh
know you were excited about it. I didn't want to bring it up. They brought it up the other night on the show whenever we were on, and all I said is I wanted to leave that to you guys. But I did reiterate that I felt like everything's going to be good with Isaiah. We're excited
yeah,
about the
man.
year
Oh
that
yeah.
he's about to have,
Yeah,
and
yeah, no surgery or nothing like that, man.
yeah.
It's straight precaution and working with the staff. And as parents, we're always gonna make sure he's okay. That's just what you have to do. But no pushback, from the staff or anything, man. They got him an MRI and everything. We saw what we needed to see, and hey, look, this is what we need to go forward doing, and he's gonna be just fine. Um, and that's something that I can see right now that you know with the medical staff, they don't want to duplicate what happened last year.
Mhm.
So, and not saying that I don't know what happened with those other guys, but I know what Isaiah. Everybody's taking precaution, making
Yeah.
sure this thing is 100% healed before he ever steps back on the field with no pain, no nothing like that. So that's a good thing. Um,
Well, the good news is you got the summer.
oh
You
yeah,
got the whole summer before you
oh he
end
got
up in the
games.
fall camp. You know what I'm saying? So there's plenty of time. He's and they're doing the right things. So that's what you want to hear.
Mm-hmm,
And it's not like he's the only guy that there's a lot of lingering stuff from last year.
mm-hmm.
We're only a few months removed from the end of the season. So it's not like, some of that stuff you've got a lot of lingering little things,
Yeah, a lot of people have some cleanup stuff, man, and which
right.
is good. You have that cleanup stuff, and you can heal. Like last year, we were so thin. Everybody kind of pushed themselves, and I can go within, but now you got a lot of depth. We understand now that hey, you got to take care of some of this stuff. So I think we had a whole different mindset, just team mindset all together, just from what I saw. I mean that's one thing that I want to say. I really want to say I saw more energy, way more energy when it comes to that offense. Now I seen that I seen the quarterback. I saw him do some things right there at the end before I left the other day that was like, yeah, call him
Yeah.
white. I want to call him white chocolate because he he was doing some things, man. I'm telling you now. I like, hold on now. Hey, he was. I mean, I'm talking about putting that feet in
I
the
found that offensive, sir. I found
hey,
that offensive, sir.
hey, look here. It is what it is. Hey, that joker was moving, man. So I'm
You've
gonna
got
tell
a
you, I was
dirty,
like,
whorish mouth. That's what you have.
You got a
hey,
dirty, whorish mouth, is what you
hey, look,
have.
bro. Hey,
Welcome
I
into
couldn't
the
help it,
show
man. I'm
from the
talking about,
Bahamas.
dude. He was dealing, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look like a little Mike Vick, man, on some stuff, man. And look, I'm not sunshine pumping, bro. I'm telling you what I saw,
Yeah.
and I was like, Dude,
Let me
get
introduce old Big Boganowski here real quick, and I got something to say about that sunshine pumping. But welcome into the show from the beach, Big Mike Boganowski. What's up, big dog?
I mean, technically not yet, but yeah, I'll be there. I'll
Headed that
be there,
way
man.
anyway, right?
Dude, it's already starting, man. It's already starting. Shit show. Already
Oh
starting.
yeah, it's vacation time. You
Yeah,
got
dude.
kids. It's fucking fun.
Listen, no, it's not even that,
You're
man.
nuts.
So it's supposed to be like high winds and like really kind of rough. So, coming into your cruise, you got like a day at sea, you're supposed to be at this port, day at sea, this port.
yeah.
Well, they move things around due to the weather. So all those excursions and fishing trips and stuff that I had planned, all that shit
Dang.
got canceled. All that shit got canceled, and I've been trying to scramble and reschedule some stuff. Because I had a fishing trip that the kids were really looking forward to,
Oh shit.
and yeah, man, yeah, oh yeah, dude,
Dang.
Where you
yeah,
at? Where
shit
you at?
show.
Where you headed to?
I'm in Fort Lauderdale right now, but first port is in the Bahamas,
Oh, okay. So y'all going on
in
a cruise ship.
Nassau.
Okay, so
Yeah,
y'all going
yeah,
on a
for
cruise
sure.
ship. Right on,
Yeah,
right on.
yeah,
Yee.
man, it's crazy.
Yeah. Logan Licky asks, how quickly will Goodwin fix our linebacker problem with the last DC never recruited one? I don't know that we have a problem.
Yeah.
I think the guys that you have are good to go. And I think Samuel Omosigo is like fighting for time. And he's playing real well. You've heard a lot of things. We've been hearing good stuff about the younger guys. I don't think there's an issue whatsoever. But what I think is,
I think he maybe linebacker recruiting problem is what he
yeah,
might mean.
how quickly will that get fixed? Yesterday, the
Dude,
day
there's
he
already
got
a lot
hired.
more. You're seeing hella recruiting offers out there right now.
Yo, yes, sir. You
I
really
mean, there's a whole bunch of offers, and there's a whole bunch coming to Champ U Barbecue, I think. So yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, and I don't know, depth wise. Yeah, I guess you could. I guess you could if you're really dooming and tripping and worried and we're still in that mindset, then okay. And I get it. And I'm not even like bad mouthing you or anything like that. What I'm saying is like, but the thing is like Samuel's stepping up. We're hearing a lot of good things about the young guys, the pups that are getting ready to take that other step. Taylor Heim, they're saying that he's going to be probably more of an outside linebacker than he will be like an edge guy.
Yeah.
And they're so loaded there. And then you got Kendall Doby who could play either one. He's playing cheetah, but if he plays, and I mean, you're hoping that he gets back good and healthy and everything else. But, I would tell you that I wouldn't be that worried about a guy like Boganowski playing at that position or Reggie Powers playing at that position if you came down to that kind of stuff. Because in the end, I feel like what you see in the linebackers and the safeties, that's kind of like that positionless area anyway. They all have their assignments and stuff, but they all know what each other's assignments are too. You know what I mean? And so I don't think that it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. I think that you didn't get anybody in recruiting because of, Zach Alley didn't, he couldn't recruit anybody. It's just, but I didn't know, and I'm not worried either. I didn't want to sound like I'm kind of coming at you. I'm not. I do think they're going to be okay. And I mean, if anything, yeah, I figure they've got it figured out. They got 2 linebacker coaches, so they can really focus in on the shit if they need to. You know what I mean? It's like, I think the development there is going to be pretty good. And we know that when it comes to Goodwin and well, really both of them, we talked about this quite a bit. Both of these guys have been fantastic at their job. They've both been DCs. Now they're just working like with a position group. And we talked to Reggie Powers, Big Reg, last week, and he was talking about how much he was really liking Goodwin. So I'm excited about that. What's up there, Snake? Neilio? What's up, fellas? As far as Goodwin goes, yeah, I see why you're going to talk all that shit because y'all fired him. But nah, bro. Nah.
Man,
He's a good linebacker coach and he's a hell of a recruiter. You guys are going to miss him on that one.
Yeah. I mean, you just think about what you just said. Zach Alley is a great defensive minded guy, but at the same time, if you can't recruit, then a place like Oklahoma is not a place for you. To be honest with you,
Yeah, and
you have to be able
I
to.
have a hard time understanding why he couldn't recruit to BV's defense, though.
Well,
That doesn't make
here's
a lot
the
of
deal.
fucking sense.
It's not all about that defense, man. You got to have a personality to be able to recruit. You have to be able to relate to everybody on every scale to be able to recruit. You got to be able to talk to the single mom, the military mom, the two. I mean, it's just a whole package. It's more than just X's and O's. And some people, Jason, just can't do it. I know some guys that are really good coaches. I tell you, man, I can't recruit, but I can coach them once they get here. And that's why sometimes they have these
Yeah.
recruiting coordinators that comes in and, have to do some of this stuff.
Well,
I
that would be
seen
the
that a
other
lot.
thing. We're talking about recruiting coordinators. We got a GM now that ought to be able to
Oh yeah.
kind of work that out. Hey, if I'm identifying you as a guy that we want, you probably want to listen because been running the Senior Bowl for a while, and we seem
Right.
to seem
Well,
to get guys in the league.
that's one thing that I say, you know, taking a little bit away from what we're talking about now, but um, if the linebacker deal is a situation coming out the spring, man, you think Nagy and those guys are not going to be able to find somebody with all his connections that he has?
Yeah,
It's
no,
going to
I
be
think.
it's going to be a phone call.
Well, and there's going to be people that aren't going to have playing time that they think they deserve to have, or
Yeah,
whatever at other places. This is just the nature of the beast right now.
and
Until
some
you
guys
have them in house, until you have them in
that are
house.
looking for a place like Oklahoma to play.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, man. I mean,
So
guys definitely get overlooked a lot, and they end up outplaying where they are. Often. And I don't know. This is to me, it's kind of what those places like Clemson and shit are for, is to go get those guys. You know what I mean?
that's
That's
true.
good for old Seawalt right there. Love you, Seawalt. Just busting your chops. But hey, welcome into the show, Bishop Frank. Good to see you, T Boomer, Brandon Snake. Good to see you guys, Neilio. Always, yeah. Don't be busting chops on our guy. Oh, looky here, Shouty in the house. Some coaches are great with X's and O's, not good with people. Happens a lot more in football than people think.
Yes, really does.
Hey, football coaches are, not always the warmest guys in the world. You know what I mean? So but the truth is, generally speaking, if you're coaching with BV, you are good at it. You are good at it. I mean, name one of these guys that hasn't done a really good job recruiting on the defensive side of the ball, other than Zach Alley, and he was there the 1 year. Everybody else, I mean, they handled it. They were getting it done. And so I feel like it's gonna continue on. And I think it just got better. That kind of gets us into our top storylines anyway. Look, I think that we could argue about the order. I don't really care what order we go in. I think that one of the big things for me would definitely be surprises for the freshmen, some of the guys that you're seeing and hearing about stepping up big. Hopes. I think you've got hopes for certain guys, because sentimentally as a Sooner fan, you want to see guys like Jaron Canick do something, and do something big in pretty much his last year at Oklahoma. He's trying the offense now. That's where he killed it in high school. So you're hoping that he does some things. You got another guy in that same room in Caden Helms that we're hearing good things about. I was going to ask you what you saw from him there, Marcus, Caden Helms.
Yeah, I just saw him being productive, man.
Yeah.
Moving real well. That's the best thing with him. There's no brace. He looks really good. The blocking part of it that I seen, he looks really good, man. So, I mean, I don't want, like you said, I don't want to get back to, oh man, Coach Dent said this. I'm seeing what I saw with my eyes. My eyes say
Well,
better.
here's what I wanted to say. But I'm glad you said that, because I was watching Jay, and shout out to Jay and Coop last night from Unfair Sports. I watched the Oklahoma Breakdown, everybody's favorite show, and they were here's the thing: is it sunshine pumping when everybody is saying the same thing? Because it's not. You didn't just say it,
right?
Coop didn't just say it. You're hearing it from Teddy and Gabe. There's some positive things happening on that football team right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, to see the offense talking shit to the defense. I'm talking
Bro, they
about,
did it last year too, though.
yeah,
That
bro.
always happens, bro.
Hey,
Just
it
because they're
does.
talking shit this year
No,
don't mean
bro.
nothing.
No, bro. No, this
But they're putting the ball in the
this
end zone, and they weren't doing that last
I'm
year.
talking about they talking
Bro,
shit when they damn catching the ball, when they topping their ass, catching the ball down the sideline. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't just talking about this, that, and other. When you shake somebody out their shoes, you sitting there talking. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what I saw, and when it's a difference.
Yeah.
Real
it's a big ass
competition.
difference. Go and you'll see for yourself. It's a big ass difference.
All I'm saying is I watched it last year too, though.
Yeah,
I watched the shit talking last year.
No, but I didn't. I watched the shit talking, but it wasn't with production like I saw this year. I don't want, dude. I've been a coordinator. I understand. I know what the hell I saw, and I saw them.
Well, I'm not saying you don't, but like,
Yeah.
does the offense talk shit when they're not scoring touchdowns or producing?
Sometimes
That's
they do.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, they do, because they just got feelings. You gonna talk shit
Yeah.
regardless.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is my thing.
Do receivers ever stop talking shit?
Oh man, that's their job.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's
get.
always shit talking.
But yeah, it's different when you top somebody though. When you catch a ball with a motherfucker draped over you and you talking shit. It's different. I didn't see that last year. I saw some of it when our guys were healthy. But what I'm seeing now is it's a difference between talking shit and having fun, bonding with your teammates. If you're a coach, when you see it, you know what you're looking at. You know what you're looking at when you see it. That's what I saw. Am I saying they're gonna win a natty? I'm not saying that. Am I saying they're gonna win 10 games? I'm not saying that. Am I saying they're gonna be better on offense? Hell yeah. That's coming. Offensive line, a lot better. Still got some room to work. But
And it's a competent fucking attack.
yeah, I think we'll be well pleased if what you see with these.
And they're not winning every rep. They're not winning every rep. They're not winning every rep. We know that they're losing some, they're winning some, but that's because you got a badass defense on the other side too.
Yeah.
Here's all I'm saying is, like, everybody doesn't want to be the sun. Everybody says, I don't want a sunshine pump. I don't want a sunshine pump. But everybody's doing it. You know what I mean? Everybody's saying the same thing. So even if it may be true,
pissing your Cheerios this morning, did they?
No. Just hear me out. All I'm saying is, even if it may be true, that's sunshine pumping, whether it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? It's sunshine pumping, and it's okay. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but everybody's like, I'm not a sunshine pumper, but we're all doing it anyway. Is all I'm saying. And it's hype, man. We get caught up in the hype because we want to be good and we want to do it,
bro. I'm glad to see some sunshine.
Yeah,
that's what they want.
I'm too. I am too. I'm 100% too.
It's just fresh, and even with the defensive ends, man, I watch those guys a lot. Man, they quick.
Mm-hmm.
The ends are quick, man.
Listen, we're hearing it on both sides. We weren't just hearing it coming from that side either. That's the other thing I would say.
Yeah,
it's coming from multiple places, and I don't give a shit if you call it sunshine pumping or if you whatever. I tell you what, after what we had to watch last year, and knowing the kind of talent that you have in here now, everybody around the country may not be seeing it or saying anything about it, but we know that there's talent in that fucking room. You know there's talent. I know there's talent. We know that there was a big injury problem and a big problem named Seth Luttrell there last year too, and a quarterback that was scared of his own fucking shadow, and you don't have that now.
Now you didn't got that help.
No. And we keep hearing about how much trash He's talking. Hey, new guys ain't supposed to do that shit. He don't give a fuck.
Nah,
I
man.
love it. And that was the number one thing on my list was John Mateer. Big story because he's coming in there and letting it go, letting it hang, and they're not going to be intimidated. I love that about it. And this is the good news. They're going to bang. They're going to hit hard, and they're going to compete just like you want them to. And I love it. Because if you develop that shit on both sides, now you're a problem.
When you see a quarterback taking control, and that's what I see. I see a quarterback that's taking control of the offense, of the team. His the way he rolls is the way they roll. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's what you see with a guy like him. You
And
know,
you
you
said
don't see the golden boy deal with him. That's not there. The golden boy stuff that's not him. He's from the mud. He getting it out the mud. You know.
Neil was asking, how did the cadence and process feel, or maybe look? Did it have a certain feel to it that the other ones didn't?
How does what now? What did you say?
Cadence and or the process feel, or maybe look to you? I mean, did it have a certain feel to it that the other ones just didn't have, during the year last year?
Oh yeah, man. I'm talking about the energy, the bounce, everything, man. Just from the quarterback and the offensive lineman talking, how they interact with each other, how the receivers interact when they make a big play, how they interact when they miss on a play. Because I seen that too. I seen a miss on a play, and I seen Emmett Jones coach him up. And the quarterback, hey, look, man, this that, we're gonna get it right, dap it up, go back, do that shit again. That kind of stuff right there is learning processes that you got a young guy and he letting this thing go. He's letting this thing go before this kid even gets out of his route, and it was right there perfect. And Emmett Jones had a little coach up moment. Next time they did it, it was right on. So that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that a little bit more. I'm seeing everybody work together a little bit more. And like I say, I was just only there for 2 days, but what I saw was really good. It was really, really good. And Coach B being Coach B, he's in their ass like he always is. I mean, that's what he does, and you have to understand that's who he is and that's who he's gonna be. And and that's for a reason, to get them to the status that they need to be. But man, just overall, man, I just see a different team. I see a
Marcus, can I
team.
ask you? Can I just get you to admit one thing?
What's that?
You're the number one pumper.
Hey,
What? What?
I
What?
don't care
What?
what you want
The number
to.
one pumper.
Hey, you call it what you want to call it. Just go and give me my millions with it. Then I'm gonna be the number one pumper. Give me my money. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. But I'm talking from coach. I ain't talking from dad now. I'm talking from coach. I'm talking from being a scout for years. I'm talking about what I seen compared to next year. Like I told you, I can't put a number on wins and losses. I can't do that. But I do see that things are cleaner. You understand, on the offensive side, where you can tell nobody's lost. And
Mhm.
that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing things work cleaner. I'm seeing things work smoother. I'm seeing problems being worked out.
It's a lot of
You know,
Boganowski's ass right there.
Yeah, bro.
what's this? I ain't
Why
saying
you
who
get?
he wanted
Come
to
on,
mad
man.
at me.
Yeah,
But my thing is, I just wanna my biggest thing, just taking in from what I saw, everything's just a lot cleaner. It's a lot smoother. I think the understanding of what they're doing is there. I think that's something that I saw. I saw the defense challenged a little bit more in these two practices than what I saw last year with the offense. So I'm just giving you, me as a coach, me as a scout, this is what I saw. Like I said, I can't put a number on the wins and losses, man. But I can tell you that they're having fun and they're learning that system pretty well.
Don't worry, I'm fixing you, Big Mike. Don't give me just a
Yeah,
second.
bro, you got me. Why am I froze though? Am I froze on everybody's stuff?
No,
Nah.
no, you're just
No,
big headed. Just got a big ass
I
head.
mean,
That's
nobody's
normal.
ever disputed that.
That's pretty fucking normal, really. But
Yeah, nobody ever
you know,
disputed that.
it is what it is. Welcome into the show from Unfair Sports. Our boy Coop. What's up there, Coop?
hey, happy St. Patty's to everybody from your Irish Sooner here. Man, it's I kind of took the day off, had a couple early meetings, and then I was like, you know what, I got nothing for an hour or so. Let's hop up and talk with these fine gents and Jason.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
Mhm.
hey, why everybody coming to take shots at me? I'll kick your ass right the fuck out.
no,
I gotta kick myself out right now, I think.
it's good. No, I like listening to you guys' breakdown, just because I like hearing it from Coach Dent with you. Yeah, obviously the scouting portion of it, like that. You guys have been around football for a long time, and um, I mean, I will say this: it is an absolute 100%. If you are a Sooner fan and you are like, hey, listen, I'm going to make my decision about Game 9. You're not wrong. Like
Yeah.
you're not wrong by wanting to sit back and watch. But I caution everybody because we've all been at a job to where like I mean, it was terrible. It sucked. There's nothing good about this job. And you go to a new job and you're like, man, this is so much better. But like compared to an actual other job, like
Mhm.
it's still shit. And so I just say it's like when you had such piss poor execution on one side of the ball last year, like anything that looks competent is going to seem excellent to us.
Correct.
And
Piss
so
poor, and it was
there's
piss poor.
there's going to be leaps that I think people take. Just competency with any consistency is probably going to be a massive step for us. And it's crazy to think how bad it got after just like a year, because nobody has ever said like Oklahoma has trouble on offense. How many times have we been able to do that in the past 25 years where like Oklahoma has had trouble on offense? Like maybe three, maybe the Nate Hibble 01 year, maybe the Trevor Knight 9 different quarterbacks year, and then this past year. And so, I mean, yeah, same thing you're hearing, Coach Dent, like with just guys running around and they seem like they have a plan. They seem like they have an identity. They seem like they're having fun. And hell yeah, it seems it's a lot more fun to have success than to go out there and
Definitely.
go,
Definitely.
well, we can't complete a 7-yard crosser.
Yeah, hey, yeah, exactly. Like I said, Coop, I'm not telling nobody. I'm not putting wins and losses on this team, but I do see progress, and that's what me as a when people ask me, oh, what did you? I saw progress, man. I saw I saw a quarterback that did not look like he was learning the system because he's been in the system for 3 years. So that's one thing. I saw a quarterback that was coaching up people when usually a coach would have to tell them something. I saw a quarterback doing that. So that system of bringing office coordinator and the coach in. I mean, and quarterback coach and the player. All three of those guys been together, man, it's making a big difference. It's making a big difference in how well they learn it and how quick they learn. I can say that from just looking at it.
And I mean, when you got guys like Satania, I mean, he played at Arkansas and he was a key contributor. But Javonnie Gibson
Number
coming
2
in,
on my list, Javonnie
you know,
Gibson.
he's a guy who all he wants to do is go out and prove that he belongs. And
Hmm.
so he's going to go out there and ball out because that's what he wants to show. He wants to all these wide receiver transfers. They want to show that they belong. Elijah Thomas wants to step up into the big boy league and show, hey, listen, I can do the same thing I was doing in high school here. You got Deion Burks, who as soon as he's ready to go, same situation. Zion Kearney. He's not happy with what happened last year, and so there's a lot of, instead of divas, you've got a lot of guys who are ready to go prove that they belong here and that they can produce here and they can excel here. And guess who's putting them in a good spot? The quarterback.
Yeah.
And if you can't let go of the damn ball, I know Jay covered it on our show last night. I mean, it's not like we ranked really, really badly in, pocket time for the quarterback. Like there were times that you had a pocket to throw, and you had, a clean look at something, and we just didn't hit stuff.
Correct. I mean, that's absolutely correct. That's one thing I look at when it comes to quarterbacks. Man, he gets the ball out really fast. Really, really quick. And he has that little sidearm deal, man, that he does when he's running, which is something that you're seeing a lot in pro quarterbacks. Making that throw. That throw used to be kind of a no throw, but man, since Patrick Mahomes, man, that throw now, that baseball deal while you're running, man. He I saw that a couple times, and was dead on with it, So
And
those kind of things, man. You just have to kind of open your eyes and say, that's different.
and I think it's different. Tell me if I'm wrong, but just with everybody here. But I think that what happens now is a lot of dads get their kids, into these specialists and these quarterback coaches, and you coach them into a model instead of letting them just be playmakers. And I think that when you've got some guys who didn't have that, 5-star treatment from age 12, you got ability for those guys to go and just kind of let it free flow, like a Patrick Mahomes did, like Josh Allen does. You see the different arm angles because he's not been beaten into him, that you got to, throw it from a traditional pro arm slot in order to be successful. Like now, there's going to be at some point where
it's a different game than it used to be too. You're not throwing to 2 receivers. You got 4 or 5 of them out there. You're not making that throw into that stupid coverage that, you know what I mean? You shouldn't be anyway. It's a different game. It's a different football game.
It is. And listen, if you're being coached on defense to play against the the status quo, when people break out and start scrambling around and have different arm angles, have the running threat and everything like that, it opens up a lot. And if your quarterback has an idea about what he's going to do with the ball before the ball is snapped, that you're already a step ahead. Whereas I think last year it was read and react, and the reaction time was always sped up because of the inconsistency, up front. And so, also, just, it's not like a lot of the throws last year were just dead on terrible, but when a guy's breaking to the outside and you throw it to the inside, that's going to look bad. When, a guy runs a route at 8 yards instead of 11, that's going to look bad. When you hit a guy straight in the chest and he just drops the ball, it's going to end up looking bad. And there are so many of those moments too. So just the ability for what I'm hearing about Mateer is read, and then take off, or read, and check down, but do it quickly and do it decisively. Yeah. Those are the differences this year so far.
I'm going to tell you one difference I saw with him just in his throwing ability. They had an out and up or something like that was called. He let the ball go before the guy ever when it come out his out. And guess what? It was dead on. When the receiver looked up, he was surprised that the ball was there, and he kind of missed it because he was shocked. But he's not waiting for a guy to get open. He's throwing them open because he knows where the ball should be at. That's a big difference. I didn't see that a lot last year with our quarterbacks, period. And some of it because they wasn't getting coached up to do that. I'm just being honest with you. So those are little things.
That's absolutely a big part of it too.
Yeah, those are little things that I saw as a coach that I noticed. Like, man, he's throwing the ball before they get out their break.
Throwing them open instead.
Yeah, I saw that a lot.
Open. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of trying to just bullet it in, because you think about this. If you throw him open, you're gonna let that ball go at least a second before you say you got this guy back here, he got this bullet on. As soon as he come open, he He
It's
can
there.
bullet it in there. But guess what? He still wasted 3 seconds in that pocket, or maybe 4 seconds in that pocket. When you throw it before time, it's 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So those little things like that means a lot when it comes to
Well, and being
and pressure situations.
Being confident in what you're doing on offense, knowing what you're doing,
Knowing what you're doing.
I mean, I can just go for the only, playing part of it that I know was in high school, and we were one of the first schools in our state that threw the ball at all, even. You know what I mean? And we did it all the time. But we were reading routes, and you knew exactly what was going on.
Mhm.
The quarterback, we were all quarterbacks, we were all receivers. You know what I mean? We knew what everybody was supposed to be doing. So it's when you know, and if they're not, we talked about it a lot. It seems like last year there was a lot of no communication or bad communication. You know what I mean? And so with this, you've got a guy that this is his third season in this particular scheme. Not only is he able to do it himself and knows what he's supposed to do, he also knows what everybody else is supposed to do and is able to.
Yes.
He's the type of personality that he can get out there and talk to them about it and expect it from them and help them along with it too. And again, and I do just want to say, I know that it's not a completely an air raid system, but I'm just going to say this. The shit ain't that hard to learn the air raid. It ain't. And that's their base system. I guess my question would be, and Javonnie Gibson apparently, and when you got a guy like that, it makes it even easier. He's hungry, he's fast, he's big. We're hearing good things about Zion Kearney, which I was not surprised to hear that. You're hearing good things about Satangna, not surprised about that either. Waiting on see, obviously Deion Burks he's been in a boot, so we're not going to see him yet. But there's another big time player, and then I haven't heard a ton about Carry On, but like you guys were saying on Unfair last night, we haven't heard anything bad about him either.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when you listen, obviously the reports kind of been few and far between so far, and it's 15 minutes of practice for taking a look at stuff, and so
sure,
it's not going to be in massive depth, but at the same time, like with Evan Carry-On, like he is who he is. He's a humongous dude, and you need to see him out there and actually doing some stuff before you get a chance to really see him punk somebody who's a 5'10" defensive back. Like he's going to need to go, but he's big, and that's really the only thing that you heard.
Here's why I think Carry-On needs to be out there, and I ain't seen him drop a pass. You know what I mean? I've never seen him drop a pass. If that's in the game, that's in practices or scrimmages. If it hits his hands, he's catching it. Yeah. And I hope I don't jinx him.
He did that shit in high school too. All the film that I saw from high school, he caught every fucking thing that came.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He catches the ball, and shit, we need that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, the upside. I mean, Ben Arbuckle, I think that's huge too. We've got some surprise freshmen that have kind of stepped. You're hearing a lot of good things. We're worried about the secondary a little bit. Well, I've been hearing, and I know I was glad to get confirmation from another place on watching you guys' show last night too, that Jacoby Johnson's starting to look pretty damn good. I love it to hear that. I mean, we're all hoping for Gentry to get back and be healthy. And of course, Eli, we know that it's his job to lose on the other side too, being a freshman All-American and being as sticky as he is. But some of these other guys are stepping up and doing what they need to. I mean, I'm hearing good things about Reggie, playing that cheetah position, that the fact that you haven't had Kendall Dobie out there yet has given him time to figure it out, and kind of now he's starting to get going, and we know he's a stud, man. Good grief. Yeah. This is rich people problems to have when it comes to that defensive side of the football. I love that. But I mean, look, it's one thing to become a defensive-minded team and you're used to being an offensive-minded team. It's another thing to become no offense, and it's just a reverse of what you had when Lincoln Riley was here, that you didn't have a fucking defense and you've got all offense. You can't have either one. It's got to be complementary. We know that, and you can call it sunshine pumping, I guess, if you feel like it. But I don't think whether one guy, I mean, you know, somebody in there saying, I want to wait and see what we hear about Jaden Jackson. I think that was Noid. With the injury history last year being the big injury history we're talking about, okay. I want a healthy season too. They're not all going to be healthy. They're not all going to be healthy.
So with Jaden Jackson,
yeah.
like you gotta read between the lines with Jaden Jackson, right? Like, did you ever see the dude on the injury report last year? Did you ever see him miss a game?
Nope.
Okay, and so basically what it's telling you is that surgery was kind of elective, right? Just to clean something up and get it even better. I ain't nothing to worry about with Jaden Jackson. You know, there's a few others in that same boat too, but like that was just something to maybe make him feel better and make that shoulder better, because playing with pain is football, man. And you know, he obviously endured that throughout the season and just got a little fixed.
No argument here. No argument here, man. And it's just, to me, but we've talked about that. I mean, start drinking, because competitive depth is what you better have in this damn league, because we're going to have injuries. And we know there's depth in these rooms. Hell, we just talked about, I mean, I heard you guys saying something about you're gonna run 6 guys deep on the interior of the D line. They're gonna have the best defensive line in the damn SEC. That means something. And the outside looks pretty good too. That's good. I've been glad to hear stuff about PJ. You know, it's finally kind of feeling his thing, and he was disruptive in the scrimmage from what I was reading and stuff, that he was real disruptive in that scrimmage as well. Look, I don't want it to be one-sided. It doesn't sound like it's being one-sided, but it sounds like they're hella competitive, right? That's the whole deal. You're muted there, Marcus.
You're muted.
What about now? Can you hear me in now?
Got you now, man.
They're going to be real competitive on that end, man. I'm telling you, dude, speed. I mean, oh my goodness. You know, I mean, the guys you had last year compared to what you have now, they were good guys. Nothing, I mean, Ford and all the rest, great guys. But now the length and speed that we have on that edge is different. And to be able to bring that all the time, fresh bodies, where you got a tackle out there, like, damn.
Well, we kind of talked about that. I mean, Marvin Jones might be gravy if he plays well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, but still, even with him, even with PJ and man, they just long and fast as hell on that end. And that's something that you want to see. Man, that could give ends fits, man. That could give them tackles fits.
And we didn't really say nothing about Stoney, but Stoney's like, you said this a couple of weeks ago. Watch, Stoney's going to be that dude.
Yeah, Stoney big.
We were starting to see it at the end of last year in spurts and stuff.
Yeah, he's a big dude, man.
That dude is a big dude. That one picture that I've got of him where he's up over the ball on the line, and he's like dwarfing that kid. You know, belong. Of course, that was a main kid, I think. I don't know, but I mean, he's a mammoth.
Stoney's up to like
mammoth human.
He's up to like 3 something right now. Three.
He's like 316, 315, something like that. Yeah. And you know, we
still
went
playing
over
with speed.
Yeah, we had 2 guys last year who tallied up, and it was big. And I said it on our show too. Is, you know, when Brent Venables like stops mid sentence and like lets everybody know that David Stone had eclipsed 300 pounds, like that was big for Stone. Is he needed to get a little bit more weight and a little bit more strength, because we had 2 guys that were over 300 pounds. Well, now, you know, we're up to, was it like 11 or 13 or something like that? So you've got guys like Marcus Strong up over that. You got Dom Williams up over that. Jaden Jackson, Stone, G-Baby still in the 290s, but he's the exception. And, you know, he was, you know, top 10 returning PFF grades for interior defensive linemen. So, I mean, in the nation. So, I mean, that's a big thing. But yeah, no, I mean, I totally like PJ. This is a year to where I think Marvin Jones comes in and lets PJ get to making some of the plays that he's able to make, and frees him up. So you're not absolutely counting on him to be a mainline front end starting production guy. You can still let him come along And I think the Marvin Jones has done a lot of things incorrect up to this point in his career. And the thing that you heard about him was it was the motor, and it started kind of coming together at the end of the year last year in a dead-on lost year. So you tell
Yeah.
me again is you take him off of Florida State and he comes here, and now he has a chance to be part of a very good defense.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going to up his game.
He's getting
And
pushed
then,
from every angle. I mean, he's not
yeah,
the guy. He's not even the
yeah,
guy.
and you think of it this way: is how do you double team? Who do you double team on this defensive line? If
You
you
don't.
run out an R. Mason, Marvin Jones, Jaden Jackson and Don Williams or Stone or G Baby, like you can't double team any of those guys.
Well,
And
Boganowski said a couple of weeks ago, you double team somebody on the outside, the inside is going to eat you alive.
And the inside did its job last year. There was a ton of push from the interior, especially early in the season. I mean, that was a big thing throughout the whole year. Is a lot of that pressure came from in the middle because Coach Dent, like you were saying, is there's nothing against Caden Woolard and there's nothing against Ethan Downs, but those guys they don't have the physical attributions that a guy like Marvin Jones has. And there's a reason why he was a 5-star coming out of high school. There's a reason why he committed to Georgia and went to Florida State and now has transferred to Oklahoma, because the physical measurables on him, if you put together the motor and you have some complementary pieces around him, that guy is going to cook. And he now is being told, all right, you put together your season of, to where you are pushing, all SEC stuff like that. Like there's a chance you go into the first round, because of the measurables, because of what he's going to go do at the combine, because of what guys at the Senior Bowl are going to look at him and go, oh yeah, that's one I want. And it also doesn't hurt that the GM of his football team knows a lot of scouts and knows who to reach out to and who to contact and say, hey, watch this, because that's something Nagy's going to be doing a lot too, is prepping our guys for the draft and talking to agents and talking to people to get our guys drafted higher, because that makes his recruiting job and his pitches on NIL so much better, because he says, hey, listen, if you want, you come here, I'm going to pay you the NIL, but guess what? If you put yourself in a good position, I know 5 people that I can call today who love people who look like you and want them on their NFL squad.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Oh, yeah, man.
No doubt. And that's something that me and Jason talked about. Exactly cool what you just said. We talked about that earlier when we talked about Jim getting the job. The things that he could do that just outside of outside of Oklahoma, the things that he can do. And I think that's going to be real attractive to recruits. I really do. I think that's a part of the hire that was a home run that people was not looking at. And I think that, hiring him, say, okay, look, this guy here, they have means. If I go here and do what I'm supposed to do, they got somebody that can really talk for me. And those things right there, that matters especially to parents that know, and, to some of these guys that do a lot of research on who's who in college football. So yeah, I think that was outside of him just doing what he does as a GM. Man, I think that was huge. Some of the things that he could do later on to help our guys. But I also think, after this spring is done, he's going to go in with the coaches and say, okay, where are we thin at? Where are we thin? What do we need? And a lot of these kids have agents now. So guess what? He's going to be able to pick up that phone and call, say, hey, look, who do you got?
Yeah.
Who do you got? I mean, I'm just being honest with you. This is the world that we live in. And he will be able to make those connections and get who we need, because he knows people that know kids that is looking for something different. It might be a kid at La Tech that's good enough to play here. He wasn't out of high school, but he's good enough now. He's probably going to get drafted. Well, guess what? Nagy probably already knows who he is.
And I got to think that Nagy's out there looking at practice going, well, we still need something here. And so he's going to have thoughts already going into play. So when you walk out, I know I saw somebody mention, I think it was Noid, I think that it would be an intelligent, in the transfer portal to go get a defensive back who could come in And, like a Des Malone or like a Kenai Walker, a guy who can come in and give you good minutes if one of these younger guys do not continue the progress, or one of the health situations doesn't look a little bit more positive. Because, again, if you get Gentry Williams for 9 or 10 games, I mean, that's a win. You just can't depend on that one. And nobody in this fan base is going to be of the mindset like, let's just trust that they get healthy. And it's going to be that way for probably a couple of years, to where we're not going to look at, a guy who had a cleanup surgery. And it's like I said, if you feel like you're like, hey, I'm just going to wait till the season before I make any decisions and make any assumptions, that's fine. Like, 100%. But I'm just saying is, I think we're all on here talking about this team is in a very, very good position, and it looks better because with a competent offense, you're pushing 9 wins last year. And it still looks ugly, at times, but I think that that's what we're seeing with this offense is there's a plan, there's an identity, there's hungry people, they're ready to play complementary football instead of going, hey, listen, we're just out here trying not to ruin the game for the entire team on offense.
Right.
And that's going to help the defense play better too. And this defense, I think, will need some runway this year. I think they have the chance of being much better than they were even last year, but I think the defense is going to need some runway. And so it needs the offense to hold its own, or at least, net neutral, early in the season. You don't have Temple in week 2 or Houston in week 2. You got Michigan. And though they lost a ton of stuff and they had an offense just as bad as ours last year, that's a big boy football team. That's not Houston. It's not Tulane. It is Michigan. They just won a national championship 2 years ago. So we're going to see a higher grade of athlete. And so you want to be able to go out there into that game and really make a statement and let everybody know in the college football world that, like, hey, listen, we've got both sides of the ball this year, and so we got some damage that we have planned.
Yeah, I think the offense early on, with the defense, making a few changes and different things. I think offense early on is going to have to step up. I mean, we know they was going to step up from last year, but I can definitely tell you that that Michigan game, they got to be clicking.
Yeah, they got to be.
They got to be clicking.
Yeah, I think that's your test game, right? I mean, I'll pass it straight to you.
Yeah, we said that. We've been said that. Michigan's the big game. That's no doubt.
Yeah,
especially in Norman. In Norman,
you need to win. You got to win.
Hey, but let me go, man. I got a vacation to continue. I'm getting a stank eye over here.
Hey, day, man. Do not get the stank eye for us. Man.
Oh, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Hey, happy St. Patty's Day. Get those brackets filled out and drink a bunch of green beer and holla at your boy, man.
Hey, be careful out there, man. Enjoy yourself.
All right, man.
Yeah.
We'll see you later,
all right,
bro.
Y'all be good.
All right, man. Be easy, bro.
Man, I will say I did the crypto podcast from Mexico one time, and I think I did it from Padre a couple of other times. And I just remember going, "Hey, I'm going to go do our podcast," and I remember my wife just looking at me and being like,
"I hate you." It'd be like I hate you.
And it's not, it's usually just because she left the 2 kids to her to deal with in a hotel room or a condo. So.
Yeah, no wonder you got that. Yeah, definitely on that.
What up, Jay from Unfair Sports is in the house. What up, Jay? You want to pop in? You're welcome to. I'll send you a link right now.
I like that guy.
Kimberly K. Can I possibly get one of the guys, Gabe or Teddy? I'd love to. I'll have to work on it. I don't have that connection. I got to tell you, I don't have that connection.
It's tough. I would not say I have a tier A connection with Gabe, but I mean, those guys are busy. And it's like during the season, they're doing a lot of studying. They're doing a lot of roster, because they're doing the broadcast. You can't just go out there and be like, oh, number 13 from Michigan seems like you got to know some people's
names. And they have other priorities. The other part is like games on Sirius Radio. They do radio there. I mean, they're big. I mean, yeah, I'll tell you that I really haven't really tried that much, but I don't even really get much back. Even whenever I retweet or do certain stuff with them and stuff like that, I don't really get a lot of interaction with them, is what I should say, I guess. But I tell you what, as much as Big Mike loves those guys, and like I think he does talk to them a little bit, you might get him to make a play for that. You know, maybe we get him. Maybe we get old. Hey, when are we gonna get Marcus Dupree back on here? Is my question too.
Man, I know he's been busy with some stuff, man. Really, really busy.
We got to promote some of that stuff that he's talking about though too. So
we'd get a chance to do some of that, man. And he got some deals going out right now, man. Working with that high school Hall of Fame, getting some stuff in, man. So
that's awesome.
I definitely got to talk to him a little bit later on today. We got some stuff we got to discuss, man. You know, he was asking me, you know, how the team was looking and everything, and kind of giving him, you know, a little bit of what I saw. You know, I'm just, you know, of course, you know me, I'm going to look at the offensive line. That's what I'm looking at when I first get there. I'm looking at them and seeing how their progression, man, and it really looks good. Like I say, you know, when you see somebody who's lost, you know what that person looks like. You understand what I'm saying? And when you see somebody know what they're doing and confident in what they're doing, you know what that person looks like. And that's what I saw. I didn't see somebody just reaching for something. Okay, well, you got to do. Man, I saw some great coaching. Man, hats off to Emmett Jones, man. That dude is full of energy, man. God, my God, man. I would, if I had a receiver, hey, dude, man, I just love the way he coached. You know, I'm sitting here watching him coach some hard, fair, loving, respectful, everything that you can put into a young man. I'm watching him do it all in one sentence. In one sentence, bro. When you can do that in one sentence, when you can criticize them, coach them up, let them know what they did wrong, and you know, just everything that you want to do in one sentence. I saw that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the kind of stuff that kids respond to. You know, and that's the kind of man, you know, and not knock on wood. I don't know how long we'll have him, man, because I think, you know, one day I think he does want to be a coordinator. And I can see that in his
I think he's going to be a head coach before long too, just to be honest with you.
You know, I can see that in his future, man. Just the way he deal with people, the way he deal with certain situations. The dude look like he can still play, man. I'm talking about he rocked up now. And so, you know, but you know, those things that I saw, man, is what give me a good feel about going into next year. Like I say, you call it what you want to call. It's just like Coop said, things were so bad, and you see something now that's pretty positive. You might think it's at the top of the mountaintop, and it's not, but it's definitely better than what we had, you know. And you can see that. You can just see the interaction.
A lot of really good coaches on this.
Man, when you got the OC is jumping up, chest pumping because of good play, and the defense over there looking crazy. And I'm not saying it because we're on the offense side of the ball. I'm saying because that's what I saw. You know, I saw it. You know.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. We can call it sunshine pumping if you want to, but if it's all the same story coming from all the same guys or from different people that are watching it in front of them.
Look at On 3 and 24/7.
They've all said
they all saying it now, but 5 weeks ago, maybe 7 weeks ago, they wasn't saying it.
No. Well, that was the next thing I was going to bring up. Listen, the narrative around this country, by and large, is that Oklahoma is shit. Nothing good.
A sleeping giant. That's how you call it. That's what you will call it. You don't know what you're going to get. People don't know what they're going to get from Oklahoma. That's the scary part to those on the outside. They don't, and even us, we don't know what we're going to get, but we know that it's going to be better than what we had.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can statistically be worse.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and I would say most of the time at this point, if you go to Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Ohio State, they've got 8 to 10 guys with cleanup surgeries going on right now, and they're
Mhm.
figuring out here, figuring out there.
Mhm.
And it's going to be the same way across all of college football. Again, like I said, everybody's just so jaded because of the injury conversation last year that I think that's the issue. But I think that a lot of people were on the Oklahoma's the next Nebraska. But then you watch the
So
defense
lazy. It's so
last year.
fucking
It
lazy,
is.
man.
But at the same time, Jason, you're intimate with it, whereas the super casual person, this is
Facts.
new to them. They're just learning something. They're look, that kind of fits
Like
because
most Texas
everybody
people.
wants
I
to
get it. Yeah.
everybody
Mhm.
wants to see a Ohio State. Everybody wants to see an Alabama. Everybody, I mean, listen, a lot of people enjoyed Alabama getting left out last year and getting worked
Oh,
over,
yeah, they
by
loved
Oklahoma.
it.
A lot of people love that
They loved it.
because people don't want to see. I went through the same thing when I was younger, and I may have mentioned this before, but I kind of got to a point mentally to where I don't want to. I don't want to discount and poo-poo on greatness because I remember growing up, I was a humongous Heat fan, massive Dan Marley, Tim Hardaway, Alonzo Mourning, like those were
Yep.
my guys,
Mhm.
and I hated freaking Michael Jordan with everything that I was because he was just winning everything, and every
Kicking
single
the
time
shit
that
out of them every year.
it was, and then get a little bit older, and I'm like watching Jordan in a Wizards jersey, and I'm just thinking, man, I really
He's
just lost a chance to see something great. And then I was really challenged with Tom Brady, because you could speak away that it was all Bill Belichick, and then it was all that defense, and it was all just
it was
shenanigans.
all of
And
it together is what it
yeah,
was.
which is the same thing that we say about Kansas City right now.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact that the refs are partial to them and protect Patrick Mahomes. It's the fact that they don't beat themselves. They do those little bitty things right,
Mhm.
and that's how they end up at the Super Bowl or in the AFC Championship every single year because those little things. And I think that's where Oklahoma needs to get to is don't beat yourself. Do those little things well because then when you get into a 16 to 14 type of game, you're the one at 16, not the one at 14 because you made a false start at, first and goal from the 3 and then now you're first and goal from the 8 and you take a sack. Now it's second and goal from the 14. And you do those small things right and you continue to put pressure on the other team, but when you shoot yourself in the foot, it lets the other team off the hook.
It does.
And it's like the baseball analogy. Neilio, you'll like this one, but you don't give good hitters another pitch. You don't drop a foul ball. You don't drop a foul tip into the catcher's glove. You don't drop a ball when it's thrown across the diamond on an easy routine play because a good team will make you pay for your penalties. Well, it's the same thing with football is if you let a good team have extra opportunities or put yourself behind the 8 ball, you're going to be playing way further behind than what we did even last year. And so
Mhm.
that's where I think that if you as the offense, you just go out there and have your identity, know what you're trying to do and give the defense more than just a base concept to look at because you can't do an extravagant amount of stuff. It helps your defense out. It helps your team out when your offense is able to. I mean, it's just
It does.
stuff. It's not like I'm not saying anything that like someone's going, oh shit. So you're telling me that if you have a good defense and a good offense, your team's going to be better? Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Definitely, man. Think about how many times the defense gave us the ball and we just couldn't do anything with it. I mean,
Or gave it
they had
right
men in the
back
red
the
zone
next play.
and
We
gave it
gave it
right
back the
back.
next play 3 times.
Yeah, you just think if we're able to capitalize on those type things, you get an offense that's can say, "Hey, look, we can put 30 yards, or we going in." You know, that's man. Just think if we could have did that last year, if we could have took advantage of what the defense gave us last year,
Man,
hell,
you should
we're
have won
9 and
3
3.
more games, probably. You should have won at
Yeah,
minimum 2 more games, and you really could have won 4 more games
right.
with the shittiest offense in Oklahoma history.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. That's definitely
it's
true.
it is. But somebody asked about Kendall Daniels, and I want to talk about Kendall Daniels because this is a guy who I don't think a lot of people realize he's 6'5". He's in the 220 range.
I seen
The
him.
guy the guys a big breakfast away from the conversation about an outside linebacker or a light defensive end, and this guy is playing in the cheetah. He's playing some linebacker. I think that we talked about this at the beginning of the year last year, is with Brent Venables having some of the weapons that he has, guys like Samuel Masigo, Kendall Daniels, Reggie Powers III, Mike Boganowski. You get a chance to play some positionless football to where you don't have to have Kendall Daniels listed as the cheetah. You just have him out there, and that he could
He's
be
going
lined
to
up.
be around the football and where he needs to be. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have some concern last year that he was kind of like Marvin Jones Jr., you're on a team that's just floundering. Their defense was worse than our offense last year, Oklahoma State, that is. And so Kendall Daniels got really in a spot to where it's like, why? And that's a hard place to be. And he did have some ugly play last year. Well, again, like Marvin Jones Jr., this year you are on a team that you don't want to be the weak link. And he's got some elite measurables out there too. Another big part of that, Jason, is, and Coach Dent, whenever you come back on camera, like, what's really funny is, like, you got some length in the middle. And how much harder does that make to throw the football over on those crossers when you've got a guy who's 6'5"? How many times did we see a linebacker sink and just jump at his peak and just miss a ball by an inch? Well, when you've got a guy that's jumping at 6'2" versus a guy that's jumping at 6'5", that quarterback has either got to float it over and put it in danger of the safety, or he's going to throw it and hit, Kendall Daniels right in the face mask.
On top of that, you have to do all this shit fast because you've got dudes in your grill on top of that. So you have to fit a ball over that guy in front of the safeties and somehow not get your ass knocked off while you're doing it. This is a different thing than we've been able to experience with this football team in a long time. It just is,
You've got so many. It's just the options that you have on defense, and right now Brent Venables has what he wants. It was the defensive line. It all starts with the defensive line. Well, I think that you got a pretty good idea on that. You've got good linebackers. You've got good safeties, and so now you're just looking at the defensive back room and going, which 2 to 3 guys can get out there? Because I don't expect that with so many options at the cheetah. I wouldn't be surprised if Kendall Dolby comes out and they have him run a defensive back and just play corner. And that's a job that he can do, and that's where he was originally. And when Deshaun couldn't really just put both the coverage and the line of scrimmage responsibility together, Dolby stepped in and he did it really, really well. You saw him. He has a nose for the football. He has an eye for the football, and dude's getting excited. He's going to go on with Chad and Tirani, I think tonight, and we're doing an interview with him tomorrow. So I've got, the guy's ready to get up and go, and he's got a new podcast. So if you haven't checked it out, Kendall Dolby's podcast, he's, talking kind of some of the inside stuff with some of the players. He had Kip on for his first show. So go give that a listen. And then
that was a great show. That first,
I got to check that out, man.
It's to 1,000 I've ever seen too, by the way. They lit that up right away. Hey, great show. It was 25 minutes and it was over too fast. I felt like it was really good job by those dudes, and I love hearing from those guys. But Kendall and how Kip is, but you could tell. To me, it felt like the thing that I liked the most about that was that going through what they went through last year, they acknowledged it. Kendall Dolby went through some shit. That was a terrible, terrible, terrible break that he had.
Literally
awful compound fracture. You could see it from the fucking stands where I was at. What was going on? It wasn't good.
Tough.
But it brought them all closer together. The guys that are still there are closer because of it. They're closer because of it, and they want it bad. And you've talked about this a lot, Coach Dent, that none of these guys want to be the reason that they run off this coaching staff. They love this coaching staff.
That's true.
Right?
It's a deal where these kids know what's at stake. offense side of the ball, defense side of the ball.
So much
Everybody knows
talent
what's
too,
at
man.
stake.
There's no reason why they should be good.
Yeah, and they understand what's at hand, bro. And to be able to see them for the 2 days I was there, um, interact with each other. That's something that I saw. I saw Mateo break one, and he looked over there at the defense and gave him a gesture, and they all just kind of bust out laughing. But that's the kind of stuff that I mean, that's just the type person he is, man. When you have a quarterback who is a leader, you know, you tend to do something extra. And like I said, and I said this before, I blocked for a guy that played 10+ years in the league. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like on the field. You know what I'm saying? And this guy has the attention of these guys in that locker room without even saying a whole lot. Just his actions, the way he um interacts with each other. Isaiah was in the grocery store and I heard him talking to somebody. I'm like, man, who you talking to? He's like, Matia. He's like, he's in here trying to get some groceries. Um, he's not having it door dashed or sent to him. And I know he got paid a hefty little penny to come, man, but he's doing stuff that everybody else does. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's just one of the guys, you know, and that's what I pick up from him. Just from what I see, he's one of the guys. And dude, that makes a whole lot of difference, man. When you're a
It
I think
does.
it
quarterback,
makes a lot of difference when the
you know,
defense looks at this guy and they're like, "Man, I like this dude, and he's a
yeah.
baller. Look at him, he's
And
scared."
I'm talking about he talking shit now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mhm.
He talking shit to him. You know, I mean, what authority? you know,
Listen,
and they talking back. And that's I didn't see that
yeah,
last year. I didn't see that in the quarterback that we had last year.
And
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 that's me. That's
and,
me.
and that's
You know,
that's confusing because Jackson Arnold learned from Dylan Gabriel, and he's one of the best at it.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Dylan is man. Yeah,
he's a
but here's the
competitor.
thing about it is,
He didn't have the
if it's not in
physical
your
talent.
makeup, if it's not in your, you can be taught by somebody, but if it's not in your DNA and your makeup to
yeah.
be like that, you're not going to be
That's
like
what I was saying. I don't. There's a difference in, you know, you think about the guys that were that guy. You know, Baker came in, and I mean, he's got a permanent chip on his shoulder, right? He's just that dude.
It's built
Where
in. Yeah.
Kyler, more quiet, but competitive, but quiet. And he just knows that the dude is only the all-time winning player in the history of Texas football. Never lost a fucking game in high school. Insanity, right? But they're different, but they're competitors. And then I think of Sam Bradford, and it's like, he was quiet, unassuming dude, but that dude wanted to kick your ass too, right? There's
Yeah.
just a difference in some of those dudes, and you never saw that in Jackson. You just didn't see it.
I didn't.
I never
And
saw it.
not kicking a dead mule. It's just I
Oh,
didn't
I
see
mean,
that energy.
look, he's on the menu now, and it is what it is. I think that a lot of it, you can say a lot of it was because of the situation with Seth Luttrell and all the. Yeah, I agree with that. I'll even agree with that. But I also think that part of it is are you that dog of a player? No, he wasn't. He wasn't, and probably isn't.
Yeah. And
Yes.
there's I always say that there's a difference in a guy like Michael Hawkins or a guy like John Mateer, a guy like
Mhm,
Kyler and Baker. Those
mhm.
guys, like, let's I'm gonna leave Kyler to the side because he was just different. But guys like
He's
John
just different,
Mateer,
right? He's just
guys
the
like
most
Baker,
talented guy ever,
they
right?
yeah, they are they are hard work guys, which means
Mhm,
they've worked through a lot of failure and they learn to hate the failure and they learn to be a dog and seek out the success. And
mhm,
so they're willing to go out
mhm,
and do that and they're willing to go
mhm,
crazy. And then, but you got guys like a Jackson Arnold who, like I said, since they were 12 years old, they've been told that they were everything. They've been told that and then you almost get stuck playing football because it's expected of you, not because it's what you're passionate about, it's what you
mhm.
love, and eat and you breathe. And I think that, when it comes to baseball, like I played against guys who that, if it was like, hey, listen, you guys are free to go. I was one of the guys that was like, all right, I'm out. Well, that's why I'm not, running around the, major leagues, or that's why I'm not, I don't have like a pension right now. I just didn't. I got to the point where I didn't care, but I had psychos on the team who were guys that were like, listen, the moment that coach lets us go, I'm going to go hit some flagpoles. I'm going to go run some foul poles and go crazy. And that it. And you got to be able to have that opportunity to go out and go crazy. And for our little Texas fan out here, and then when it mattered, he beat Sam Ehlinger in the Big 12 championship game. But I
Yeah, I mean, and I was gonna address what he's asking here. What's a good season for Oklahoma? I think that with this schedule, I think that you could be considerably better and still lose 3 or 4 games, right? I think if you get to 8, 9 wins, it's a good season. I think 8. I mean, you can.
Because
I think it all depends on what does it look like. I mean, what kind of games are we losing? I think that there's certain things that you don't want to see blowouts anymore, and I think that there's certain games that out of those games that you listed there, I don't look at all of those games as toss-up games. I just got to tell you, I don't look at South Carolina as that good. I know that they lost a lot more on that defense than anybody's talking about, and when
we gave them 21 points,
and not to mention the fact that look, I mean, Coach I's nephew is pretty good. But Nick Harbor hasn't shown us anything. I mean, what are they going to do with receiver? I don't think that they're great there. And I just tell you, as much as I like their quarterback, I don't love him as a passer anyway. And I don't think you're going to run on this defense. I just don't. You got a new quarterback at Ole Miss. You've got a less talented team in Tennessee. The teams that concern me the most would be LSU, Alabama. They got a new quarterback also. They're at home. It's hard to go to Tuscaloosa, and you know that their receiver-wise, they look really good. And
I think you hit it dead on, because Alabama's going to be better because he's going to have his own quarterback now.
Yes.
I mean, they had to kind of go with Miller. I mean,
he's going to have a quarterback.
Yeah.
A quarterback,
exactly,
not a running back.
Right. And I think they're going to be a whole lot better. But Ole Miss, hey man, you can't lose 11 guys that's going to get drafted and you still be good.
And the same goes for Texas, for that matter.
I don't care what nobody is stacking them like that. They spent a lot of money on the transfer portal to get that class that they have. That was their class to make it into the playoffs, and they didn't do it.
Right.
They got tripped up, and they went in the portal again. But guess what? You didn't have the same goods in the portal last year that you had year before last, because people learned how to protect their players.
Well, and on top of that, you said yourself that a lot of those donors weren't donating again like that not just because they don't believe in what Kiffin's doing, because I think they do believe in it.
Yeah, they do.
But just like look, Oklahoma is one of the few states that passed that law so far that you can write that shit off. These people did not become millionaires, multi-millionaires and billionaires by throwing money into the trash.
Yeah.
And not getting any kind of write-off back for it.
Right.
It is. They can't do that. But yeah, Texas also is in the hundreds as far as like returning production. So you're gonna need a fresh new crop of guys.
I know, and supposedly they're reloading, and we believe so much in Sark and that bullshit, which is it's funny, but beating Texas is a tall order. Yeah, bullshit. It's not that tall of an order for Oklahoma, man. They do it all the time.
I will say this is. Texas is it is an unfair amount of expectations that they're putting on Arch Manning. I mean, he is supposed to win the national championship and the Heisman Trophy this year. I mean, if
as a first year,
unreal, man, unreal.
Yeah, as a first year, and think about what Venables' defense, with him not even calling it, did to a lot of quarterbacks last year for a while.
It's gonna be different,
Texas included, they didn't really get anything done until 9 straight fucking 3-and-outs by the Oklahoma offense. They had 16 yards in the first quarter. 16.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that yet because I mean, again, it's show up one game at a time.
Yeah.
But I just, you're facing 6 first-time quarterbacks this year. You've got everything you want on defense, and you've got a complimentary offense. I think a good season for Oklahoma fans is probably going to be 9 or 10 wins, and it's going to be, it doesn't matter if it ends week 13 or 14 or whatever, but you want to be in the SEC championship and playoff conversation. I think anything outside of that is going to be a unsuccessful season in Oklahoma fans' eyes, because you saw what you had last year, and you're a few blips away from having 8 wins last year. So,
Yep.
You've got,
and that's that's what I was saying. Is, I mean, Jackson kicks that ball off his knee against Missouri. When if you fall on the damn thing, we go to overtime and got it. You know what I mean? It's unconscionable what happened in that game. You saw the same kind of dumbass shit in the entirety of the Tennessee game, and Hawkins still almost brought them back to win that one. Look, they could have won. They could have won more games. They damn sure should have beaten the Navy. It is what it is on that. But I would tell you that Ole Miss, look, until you had Logan Howland go out, or not Logan Howland go out, but Sexton went out.
Yeah,
they were winning the damn game at the half, and then they started teeing off on Jackson, and they didn't get the ball. I also think that
that's
probably should have went for that 3rd and 4 or that 4th and 4.
That's something that you have to look at. He was holding the ball for a long periods of time after that happened, and with Sexton being out, you had to get rid of the ball.
To death. Look at. I mean, you had,
and that hurt us, man.
The first game back, Burks is screaming at him on the sideline against Mizzou. Throw the fucking football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
And I'm not going to just sit here and do that about Jackson, but I'm just saying he ain't that guy in comparison to the dude that we have. And 9 wins is going to be tough. I don't know if Sooner fans should expect that. I don't know if you know what you're talking about.
We have the toughest schedule in the country.
You definitely have the toughest schedule in the country. I don't think there's any doubt. But I also think, and I think you could lose one that you don't expect to lose. You could. It could happen.
Yeah, it could.
But do I think much of Missouri? No, I don't. Do I think a ton of Ole Miss right now? I like their offense. I think they got a good quarterback. I don't know what he's going to do when they
don't have a running back either.
But when they send some wild ass blitz at him that he ain't never seen, what's he going to do? We know what Jackson Dart did. He threw a shit ton of interceptions at the wrong time, lost to Florida. It's not like they can't be beat.
Yeah.
We beat Alabama. We know they can be beat. Now beating them in their house is another thing. Tennessee.
I mean, you take the LSU game, man. We were playing really good up until that turnover, that special team touchdown. I mean, we were playing at a level.
My question:
we should have been playing at, but we just couldn't. We couldn't get it going offensively.
Well,
right, and I think
that's Jason. Sorry to cut you off, but
no, please.
That LSU game is the perfect example that when you have such a shit offense, a competent team is going to, the offensive coordinator is going to go, yes, their defense is legit, and we don't have to press. We just stick to our game. How many
times did we hear from other fan bases and that the coaches knew exactly what was coming before any motion happened, before anything went happen? Just looking at it, they knew what was coming. Down in distance, whatever it was so predictable. You're not getting that anymore.
But when the Oklahoma offense is not a threat, it is like playing in a 0-0 game. It's like your whole offense is out there. And so when Nussmeier came back out, fully shot up, full of painkillers, they had nothing to lose. It was, hey, just go out there and do whatever you want to do. And then all of a sudden that 4.7 and 4.5, 4.6 speed from Woody Washington and Des Malone started showing up, and they just started running crossers and making those two cats chase their receivers. Yep. And when you're Des Malone running a 4.8 and you've got Hilton run a 4.4, I mean, the longer they run, the bigger the separation happens, and that's what they just kept on doing it. So I mean, yeah, I just really believe that the pressure put on other teams this year by having a competent offense it's going to be something that it won't show up in the stat sheet, before season. It just is something that makes it tougher. Iowa looks like a tougher team when they have something on offense. But when they roll out there and they do nothing, when you have an offensive team with no defense, you're still scoring points. And all your defense has to do is at least get in the way to cause a stop, or sometimes the other team will make a mistake. But when your offense sucks and your defense is really good, then you're just sitting there at 3-0 forever. And then one mistake and you're down by what feels like 2 touchdowns because your offense can't do anything.
Right. That's true. I mean, I agree with you 100%. But Jason, you don't mind? I want to ask Coop this question, and you too, Jason, from what you've seen and what you've heard come out of camp. Out of all the positions, if we had to go to the portal after spring, what position? I already have in mind what I would think. What position you think we need to go and get a little bit more depth in?
Jason, you want to go first? You want me to?
Cornerback.
Yeah.
And not necessarily depth so much, but because they've got a lot of young kids that they like, but experience. I think you want a little more experience, and you can't trust that Gentry's going to stay healthy because he just hasn't. I mean, I'm praying that he does, because if he does, that could be the difference in an 8-win season and a 10 or 11-win season, because it's a shutdown defense now. How are you gonna score on these guys? And that's the other thing. Look, I would tell you that you're asking us what's a good thing for. I just want to say this to Texas Nightmare real quick. You're asking us what's a good season. What's a bad season for Texas? Because for all that shit, for that shitty schedule that you have with the training wheels on it, and all this talent that you guys are pounding that chest about, what if you lose 3 or 4 games? Yeah. How does Sark look then?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer it though.
I think so. I think that you need. I think you need an edge guy. I think we still need one edge guy to come in and help out. Because I think you get R. Mason. Nigel's kind of more sliding inside. And so you got R. Mason, you got Marvin Jones, you got PJ, who's still, that's all a potential play still at this point, because we haven't seen really any big, big stuff out of him. So I'm thinking that you need an edge guy. You probably need an outside linebacker. But maybe an inside linebacker, somebody who can maybe do a little bit of both, and you don't need a starter. You just need, you need some depth there, and then defensive back, and maybe a center. I don't think Hollenbeck's going to be ready to go this year, and I don't know if you want. Second-year player Aya Sosa, running backup snaps, or doing tinkering to, bring a natural guard over to play. So that's where I'm thinking is that's one that I really do want to see them go after, kind of like they did last year with Ranson Hickman. Is get somebody in there to add some depth, maybe to push Everett a little bit. I think Hollenbeck is going to be a guy that's going to be ready to do some more stuff next year, but he does need to refine his body. He's a wrestler, so he knows how to refine his body, but I don't think he's going to be ready to go this year. So linebacker, defensive back, edge, and center.
Okay. I looked at, the corners to me, long corners. We don't have really long corners, but bringing in some depth pieces would be, I think, just from what I saw, because you got a guy that's 6'6", 6'5", you put him on the outside, then that 50-50 ball becomes his pretty much. Then when it comes to that, those type situations, I'm with you on the linebacker deal. I think we need a little bit more depth. I think the guys we got are really good, and I think they're going to be real successful, but you never know. You remember when Stutzman went out with his shoulder. So, you're going to need a couple guys there. I agree with you. center wise, I think they might need to pick up another center. I watched Josh Iso, so he's coming along. But I think another center wouldn't hurt us. But overall, guys, I don't see where if we don't get X, Y, and Z, we're gonna be hurting.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's why I feel good about the whole process. I don't feel like we gotta go into the portal and get something to make our season next year. There are going to be teams that we got to go get this. If we don't, we're going to be hurting. Do we need those pieces? Sure, we need those pieces. Those pieces would be really great to put in to what we have right now. But um, I'm pleased with what I see, man. And that's the only thing you can do is know what you're looking at and just kind of say, oh, this is different, and it's definitely different. From what I've seen during the year, and you talked about everybody know what's coming offensively, and like I say, those guys, you fire the offense coordinator and bring in something new, so their system wasn't that complex. I mean, they didn't have time for it to be complex, but bringing in this guy, I see the energy, I see the jumping up, and he's younger. He's younger. He can relate to those guys. I remember having a coach, and when I was at Alcorn, Coach Woodfall, he was like 25 years old, and he could relate to us a lot, because we was 21, 22, and he was, hadn't been long playing and just got through playing with the Patriots. So, man, I'm just seeing that chemistry with those guys is kind of what I'm seeing a lot, and I'm really excited about it, man. The guys that are having the cleanup surgeries, man, I think everybody's going to be okay. And that's something that we didn't see last year. They're putting more emphasis on making sure you're healthy before you go back on the field. The trainers are. I had in-depth conversations with them while I was there with Isaiah's situation. So, I think overall as a team, just the overall outlook is moving down the tracks pretty good right now.
Neilio was asking if you were to put a point per game on the labeling shutdown defense, what would that be? I think anywhere from like 14, 17, somewhere in there, because you just have to look at who you're going to. You're going up against Lane. You're going up against Sark. You're going up against Kalen DeBoer. You're going up against Josh. But here's the thing, and I'll ask you guys, I want to know let's talk about some of these teams that everybody's just assuming is going to beat Oklahoma because last year Oklahoma had a bad year, right? Tennessee's one of them. And look, Neyland Stadium, I know it is what it is. It's a tough place to go win at, right? And I think that, and I assume that Iamaleava is going to be better than he was a year ago. I don't know that that's a good assumption or a bad assumption, but I think he could have a better season, and they may not have near the season that they had last year because of everything that they lost off that team. Just like what we're talking about with Texas. Even though Texas has that kiddie schedule, they lost a lot of cats, right? They still got to play Ohio State. They still got to play Georgia, right? They still got to deal with A&M. And Arkansas, I mean, you never know. And they got to play Florida in the Swamp. I could see them losing every one of those games. I could see them winning all of them too. Maybe not all of them, but 3 out of the 4, right? Yeah. Because it just depends on which A&M you get. It depends on you shouldn't probably be able to beat Florida in the Swamp. It's very hard for anybody to do.
Florida's going to be better.
And they got DJ Lagway, and he looks real good. And their defensive line is nasty. And
that defense is what turned their season around last year.
I said that the other day on the show. I was like, people are talking about Lagway as much as they are, and I think he's fantastic. He's not the reason that they flipped.
No. Now, like I talked about earlier, it's from the quarterback perspective, not putting your team in a bad situation time after time after time after time. And I think that Lagway came in and played super conservative and just didn't turn the ball over a ton, and that defense just started balling out. And that's why they started the little bit of the upward trajectory. Now, what happens this year? Because again, it's just like Oklahoma at the end of the year, just like that is, can you look at the end of the year last year and really say that that has any stance on what's going to happen this year? No, you really can't. It's going to be a new year. We're talking about projections, and we're talking about what this is going to look like. The base concept behind our premise that they're going to be better on offense is because of decision making and experience. I'm not saying that Javonnie Gibson was a better receiver than Nick Anderson. I'm not saying that Isaac Satana is going to be better than what Farouk would have been. I'm just saying that the quarterback and the decision making and the identity is different now, and that's a lot different from what we had this past year.
Oh, definitely.
Alabama came in and they had a plan. Danny Sutzman said, "Screw your plan," like third play of the game, and that plan changed. And then guess what? Jackson didn't turn the ball over. You don't turn the ball over, you put yourself in a better position.
Oh man, if we didn't turn the ball over, Coop, last year, that's another 3 wins. Man, you just think about how many times we turned the ball over in the red zone. I mean, those little things like that has to be fixed, and I think they're doing that.
And not even just turning the ball over, Coach, but turning the ball over for a score. Like,
yes,
I'm pretty sure that we gave up
was it
four touchdowns on offense that we gave up, or was
at
it
least 4. That's tough. Those are things that you just can't do and win ball games. But I can say this: we talk about other teams. I think that you look at Ole Miss; they was a juggernaut last year. On paper, they couldn't put it on the field and they don't have that this year. They don't have that. They're missing some pieces. They didn't have a running back last year because he went to Ohio State. They let him go to Ohio State, and they still don't have one this year. And they're losing a bunch of offensive linemen. So that's a game that we could win at home, definitely. So I'm putting that on the books as we should get that one. Tennessee, we played with them with a horrible offense.
What I was about to say is, as loud as it gets at Neyland, it gets awfully quiet if you go in there and put a foot in there.
Yeah, definitely. I've been there. Yeah. So, you go there and you put some points on the board and you playing with them. I can see you winning that ball game. I watched when Isaiah was being recruited. We went to Tennessee when Ole Miss played, when they was throwing all the mustard and stuff on the field that year. I mean, Ole Miss beat them up there, so it can be done. It definitely can be done. So we go up there and punch them in the mouth. Everybody got a plan to get punched in the mouth, Mike Tyson would say. So that's just kind of football team we got to be. South Carolina, come on, guys. We gave them,
21 points in 4 minutes. Like,
yeah, come on, man.
There's not very many teams that are coming back from that, especially with the shit offense.
No. You look at some of those things, and a lot of people say, "Well, you still lost." Yeah, but as an analyst, I'm taking something from that. I'm looking at where we could have been if we could have made some corrections and did some different things in that.
And we're just talking competency even in that.
Right.
So you take competency.
Yeah, you take Tennessee, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. I think those are 3 wins we get back. Right there.
We talk about Tatum fumbling. You know how many fumbles Jackson Arnold played 13 games at Oklahoma. He had 12 fumbles.
Damn, that's a lot.
And you got to kind of count in because I don't know if the fumble goes to Jackson Arnold in Tennessee where he skipped passes.
Yes, he's the one that fumbled it. He threw it back there.
That was right after a turnover. It wasn't the very. I can't remember.
Both of the fumbles in the Tennessee game were right after turnovers on the other side.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
And then his interceptions. Let's just. guys, we know this. And Tennessee, when we go to Neyland this year, they saw that game. The Alabama game was a little bit different, but that Tennessee game was the loudest game I'd ever been to. I was at the jump around game against Texas Tech. That game against Tennessee was the loudest, and it was. And I celebrated the fan base after that game because I said the offense let both the football team and the fans down in that game because that was crazy. That stadium is going to be absolutely batshit crazy when we come to town because they're going to do it for Coach Heupel. Now, I also know this. When Deion Burks not Deion Burks, but when Kendall Dolby got hurt, that same play, their left tackle who was playing because he was the backup, he walked off. He got pinned by both Caden Woolard and somebody else, and he got put on his ass for like the second time in 3 plays, and he came off with like he wanted to quit. He was yelling at his coach, and he was done because the defense was taking it to them. And then Squirrel walked over after getting drilled by Lewis Carter and was like, I kind of got left out to dry. He caught the ball, and Lewis Carter still had 10 yards to make up. He just got missiled. He just got absolute missiled. So their offense is going to know that they're going to get hit. Their defense is what really kept them ahead of us that whole day. That was a good defense too. So it was a
really good defense, and that was the thing is that it was funny to me that nobody paid attention to the fact, everybody was talking, oh, he let off the gas. He let off the gas because he didn't want his quarterback getting popped like that anymore.
Because Robert Spears Jennings hit him on that fumble, and it hit him right in the elbow with his helmet. And you hit one more of that, and it shatters his elbow. Your whole season's toast at that point.
Yeah,
and so they knew that they could just turn and hand the ball off and run the clock out and get out because that offense was not going to do anything against their defense. And I'm also not in the camp that we really ever had a true shot at coming back and winning that game. I think that was a tall task, but you saw that just with a little bit of moxie, that was a competitive game. And
definitely
that way from the start. It was a different game.
Definitely.
Emilio, thank you for the super chat, sir. Appreciate it. Super chat in Venmo. You guys can always jump in and give us a super chat through Cash App or Venmo. Both of those addresses are in the description right now. Yeah, we don't care how we get it. We appreciate it either way, but they do take half or 40% anyway if you go through.
Don't send the Vietnamese dong because the whole getting we had some.
Did you say dong?
That's their money, bro.
Okay, yeah, I know, but I don't. But like
$3 trillion equals $4.
I get it. We actually got a guy from over in that area that sends us like $100. It says 100, and it's like $2. So. Yeah.
Oh wow! I didn't know that, man. Y'all got
that area too. He's cool though. He's cool as shit. But he sends us that. I don't remember what it is he sends it in, but
that's crazy, man.
It don't add up to the dollar.
Nah, but
you know what? The free way to help us out, just hit the damn like button. Just hit the like button, share us. We finally, hey, guess what? After a month and a half, where I was hovering between 42.85. and then 42.97, and then back down to 42.90. And I mean, for a month and a half, we went over 4,300 last night with our interview with Michael Steven, the running back 2027 class. What a cool kid. Enjoyed that a lot. He really enjoyed his visit to Oklahoma this weekend too. Look, these guys, you can hate on Oklahoma all you want. I say continue the shit talking all you want to, Texas fan.
Yeah.
And all you want to the rest of the SEC. Keep talking because it's not going to be long.
I'm telling you right now,
it's
Oklahoma.
Not going to be long, bro.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you this as on a recruiting tip. They are in Mississippi, bro. When I say they're in Mississippi, they're in Mississippi. And it's just like Michael, if you get those guys up here to Norman, it's going to be an eye-opener because some of them just don't know because they're not used to coming up here and seeing what the university has to offer. So Big Bill is recruiting a lot down there. DeMarco, I think he's going down there next week. he'll be there next week or something like that. So they're doing a lot of recruiting in the state of Mississippi, man.
I
So
tell you, and they
get
need
some
to
of those
too.
guys out of there.
Look, you also have JJ, from
JJ Hill, oh man,
JJ Hill from Tupelo, another really good running back. And these guys they're not highly rated, and it makes you wonder why. I mean, look,
well, here's
let's
the
just talk
thing,
about
bro.
Mike Hill. He's got offers from defending champion Ohio State, Georgia, Florida, Florida State, not to mention the Mississippi schools, and now Oklahoma.
Yeah.
He ain't even ranked yet.
And he's gonna pick up another one in about a couple of days, from what I'm understanding. And it's a SEC school, also.
Another SEC school,
Yeah,
right?
but his situation was a little different. He was a starting running back at Gainesville High School, right there in Georgia, and then as a ninth grader, and he picked up those offers. Then he came to Mississippi right before the season started, and they had some guys, and the coach wasn't going to split the locker room, and they shared the rock. And of course, Markel still ended up, on top of that, but it is what it is. And this year he's going to be the guy, but there's no reason for him not to be ranked. He goes to Georgia and he picks up a Georgia offer as a ninth grader. That's pretty damn good. You go to camp and they see what you're working with, and they like, okay, yeah, we like this kid. He's just in the ninth grade. Oh yeah, we like him. And Markel still has 2 more years to play high school football. So I mean, he has a lot still. To get bigger, get faster. I mean, he still have a lot to grow into. But I think DeMarco and them likes him a lot.
Good looking kid, man. Good looking kid. He's big. He's bigger than what he looked like in the game, even in the game film.
Yeah.
And he runs hard too. He runs tough.
Oh, he's strong as hell.
But, I mean, he was standing there next to Javonnie, and the one picture that I got, he's standing right there next to Javonnie and DeMarco, and DeMarco wasn't a small back, and he's standing right there. It looks just like him, pretty much.
Yeah,
hardworking kid, polite. I loved it, and they were these people that are saying that. I started to bring this up earlier. That idiocy that they're saying that dumb shit about. As long as we keep going on these mission trips, we're not going to be what we need to be. Blah blah blah. At OU. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. Oklahoma fans, be better. You dumbasses, be better. That are saying stupid shit like that.
Well,
because the reason you're getting a lot of these kids is because of that soul mission stuff.
You damn right about that,
Coach. If you guys go to Unfair Sports, I don't know if it's anybody in here. I really don't, but I go watch all the parent interviews from last year.
Yeah,
see what they say about it, about their young men, knowing that. As a parent, you let your kid. My daughter just came in here and said, "Can I walk across the cul-de-sac to go play with my friend?" That's why I keep on looking. I'm watching her. I live almost out in the country. And you care about what your kid's doing, all right? Like that's not any groundbreaking news, but you know that your kids are going out there, and it's big for them. You heard it changed Caden Woolard, everything that he thought. And so listening to his dad talk about that, listening to you, Coach, every single person, that was a huge piece because it was something that set apart and something that was different. And guess what? The same stuff is going up. Do you know what's going on Ohio State campus right now? Ohio State's campus is under a spiritual revival, and those players are going up there and they're doing great things. And so, it's just silly. And that's as much time as I want to put into that. It's silly. This is better for them as people. They're going out, you throw out and listen.
The only reason that I brought it up, and I'll just say it here because I see Danny Okoye post that their wheels are up and they're getting ready to get out of there. And half of the people that responded to that shit were saying dumb shit like that. And I'm like, you fucking.
It's their spring break. They're going to have to do something during spring break, man. So it's crazy.
Facts.
You can't take, listen, I'm not saying take the God out of it because that's the most important part. That's why they're going. Right. But the bare bones worst case scenario, they're taking them over to serve human beings.
Right.
Who don't look like them. So if you
don't have the opportunity that they have.
Yeah. If you are talking out of one side of your mouth and you're saying that this world's broken and this country's broken because everybody is racist and everybody is sexist and everybody's against everything, But then at the other side, you're saying I don't want my team. I don't want the
Silly
8
shit, man.
20-year-olds going out and going overseas and serving people and helping them, building them homes, feeding them, doing all that stuff. Worst case scenario, they made this world better.
Mm-hmm.
And guess
Correct.
what? I will when it all comes down to it. If I know that this team is out there doing these things and making the world better, and people are becoming, they can go live under.
Does it matter how many
go have
games
a
they
meal.
win?
No,
Does
I
it
don't
matter how
care
many games
anymore.
they win?
I don't
No.
care anymore. If you told
No.
me that they could kill the sole mission and win a national championship this year, I would say, don't do it. It's not worth it.
No way.
Because that is 20 pieces of silver right there. We don't have to get too deep into that, but that is trading.
I know a lot of Christian dogs, man. I know a lot of dudes that pray hard on Sunday and Wednesdays nights and every day, but they'll get you. They're dogs anyways. I mean, hey, I was in the military with some of them cats, man.
Reggie White.
I'm just saying. Look, it is what it is. But and I don't want to spend a bunch of time on that. But Coach Smook, man, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Bishop Frank, thank you for both of those super chats. I got the one in Cash App, then the 555 up there above for Norman. We will get him some snacks for sure.
Oh, Norman.
Coach Smook, thanks for coming in, my man. We appreciate it. And you're right. And yeah, keep saying it. It's silly stuff. And again, we know that that's the small minority of dumb shits. But they reside in every fan base. It's not limited to Oklahoma for sure.
Especially on social.
Yeah, I mean, it's social media. You don't have to put your name next to it. And they never do, by the way. That tells you how weak sauce they really are. And another one from Bishop Frank. Now we got the $10 one. Bishop Frank must have got paid today. Appreciate it, Bishop Frank. You the man.
He found the leprechaun.
Yeah, man.
That's all right.
We were all totally depraved. And listen, I mean, it is what it is, but I'm excited about where we are on this football team for a lot of things. But the biggest part of it being, look, man, it's about more than that. You're teaching these guys to be good men too. And let's not get it twisted. There's talent everywhere in that locker room, everywhere. You can't show me a position group that doesn't have talent. You can say the tight ends are light. I don't agree with that. I think that we haven't seen the best of the tight end room for sure. But really, what else?
But I'm going to say this. I saw them use the tight end a little bit in practice, and nobody dropped nothing, man. So guys, think about this.
Get on a roll with these super chats. Coach Smook, thank you, my man. Appreciate you. You the guy. Hey, man, what time is he's got his live coming on? What time are you at?
Yeah, tell us. Now
let us know in there, and make sure you guys get over and check him out. Man, Coach Smook been working, man.
Yeah, he's been working.
Putting in work.
But let me say this about the tight end situation, Coop. And a former tight end myself, I watched them run through some stuff while I was there. And look efficient. It's like they're going to use them in certain situations, is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to have somebody to draw it up before, somebody could look like anything. If you don't have nobody to draw it up, in certain situations, it just doesn't marinate right. And from what I'm not going to try to sit here and say what situations, I'm not giving that away, but certain situations, man, they was using the tight end in practice. And I was like, that's different. So, the type, Mark Andrews, nah, we ain't got that. But, but from what I saw is what he wants to do with them is going to put a big smile on your face, because I think he's doing some things. He has some packages with tight ends in it that's really going to help us. Just kind of like you say, it's not a whole spread type offense, man. He got so many different things that he's doing, and just what I saw within 2 days, I'm like, well, damn, I didn't know he did that. I didn't know he ran that, and like, okay, that's different. And because I sit up there and I watch, and I'm not trying to give out formations or anything like that, but I mean, I watched a lot of stuff that he used with the tight ends, man. It was just something we did not do last year. And I didn't see, I watched a lot of his stuff at Washington State, and some of this stuff I didn't see. So it's gonna be interesting,
It's going to be. Listen, when you saw the metamorphosis of the spread, Lincoln Riley going into Oklahoma, Bob told him one thing. He said, "That guy right over there, his name's Samaje Perine. That guy's name's Joe Mixon. We're going to be utilizing the running backs in this offense, so make it work." And I think that that's a lot of what's going on with Arbuckle. Is you come out here and you're like, okay, you got your quarterback, so you know your launch point. You've got that. This is what we're going to do. I said earlier that when you see mediocrity, sometimes competency looks, elite. And that's the one thing that I just feel about the tight end room is, people are like, well, Jaron Kanek's out there and he's out there, he's balling out, he's going out, he's looking good in some of these pass route concepts. Like, if anything, that highlights I guess, how bad that room has been taken care of. And we missed on a couple guys. We put eggs in baskets for local guys, and it didn't work out with, Luke Has, and then the guy went to Tennessee, or Ohio State. But you're going to have to, Roberts, you're going to have to get in and you're going to have to go after. I think
that's what I was going to say. Roberts, his brother was at Oklahoma.
Yeah. So. Yeah, you're going to have to get after that probably position in the transfer portal too. But I think that we've got some tools and some pieces. I said it on our show. I would like to see, a situation where you put some stuff on tape so that it's out there and it has to be focused on. And what I mean by that is maybe against Michigan, you're up by 10 points. You're on like a 4th and short or 4th and goal. Put Logan Hallen out there as a tackle-eligible tackle, a guy who played tight end. Throw him the ball one time so that it's on film. That way you can roll him out there in a jumbo package, and guess what? That linebacker's not crashing the line. He's watching Logan Hallen because that's his responsibility. Absolutely. Or the safety is doing that.
That's the beauty of having imagination as a play caller too.
Having an offensive coordinator. That's my wrap-up line is that's the difference in having somebody who can call offense and someone who's a offensive coordinator.
Bishop Frank, man, you quit emptying the piggy bank, man. Mama gonna be stop it. We appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Bishop Frank, man. We nothing but love for you, man. Appreciate that.
What you need to do, you need to change the coding so the receipt shows up like ladies. So when she sees the 333 and the 555.
Bishop Frank be catching one upside the head.
Yeah, you know it, man.
That would be funny. It would be funny, but I don't know that I could do it though. Hey, what's up, Professor? Good to see you in here, my man. That Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid's flowing all over the country, man. I know it's flowing in high top country for sure. And I can't believe you just said orange Kool-Aid. It's grape or red, bro. There's no.
Oh, great, man, all day long, bro.
Listen, Jason, I'm surprised you said that. As a parent, red Kool-Aid is the devil. Like,
it's the devil, bro.
Nobody has ever given a kid red Kool-Aid and thought, like, good things are happening here in a second. Like, it's usually... Hey, I'm just telling you what I drank as a kid growing up. The orange stayed in the fucking cabinet. I'll just tell you that much. The orange stayed.
We never ran out of orange Kool-Aid. That's
Tang back in the day. We had Tang back in the day, bro.
Yeah. Even Tang is a little weird. Gritty.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Now it was good back in the day.
But tell me, when you got down to the end and you finally saw that you could take that plastic container and put enough water in there, and there was just enough Tang in there, and you just shake that bottle up and just drink it out. That was part of my youth.
Oh yeah, I done that, man. Done that plenty of times, man.
Every morning we devolve into craziness, and I love it. This is what I love about this show. If you guys want to talk about whatever the fuck, it could be Mexico and craziness like we were talking about all last week, or Kool-Aid. Now we're talking Kool-Aid.
Hey, well, we drinking the Kool-Aid right now.
We always
That's what some people would
Have
say.
time to say this about Texas.
Finally returned. F your brand.
Shout out to Onikuno. Shout out to Onikuno.
Well, I'm gonna ask you. You got these Texas fans in here, and I watched the coach when he was over at Alabama, and I watched him kind of go from, when Nick brought him in, he was just making, I think, about 35,000 or something like that as an analyst. But I'm gonna tell you this, and yeah, he's a great play caller, and they got the money to recruit. But dude, what big games has he won? Without being with Saban, what big games has he won?
I mean, they say the Alabama games, but those weren't. I mean, it's there's a difference, I think, and I'll say this:
I give him that one.
He's exceeded my expectations. Sarcasm. He has done a phenomenal job, and he has Lincoln Riley, Texas.
There's
but
a
they've
little
also
bit
been
of
able to.
There's a little bit of nuance to it, though, man. I'm not ready to just hand that to him for 2 years.
It is, but listen here. The thing is a lot of us are saying like Texas has gone more Lincoln Riley, is more offensive heavy, but they've continued to produce on defense. Now, like I said, they're like 100 and something in returning production this year. So let's see them do it a second time, because I thought going in this last year that it was going to be really, really bad because but they got a lot of guys who came in and played like crazy. Colin Simmons did a great job. Like he was a beast. Now,
but if we're expecting that all these freshmen and brand new guys are going to be what Colin Simmons was in year one, that's a lot to expect.
That's going to happen.
A lot to
expect. But I also think this is where I am as a person. Is I say this is OU is going to go as the offensive line takes them. That is if I simplify it in the lowest means, it is. However our offensive line performs, that is going to determine what this team is capable of. This is a legitimate offense, and they have a legitimate defense. There is going to be some failure that comes with the other team's offense having to play more because our offense is putting up their end of the bargain too. But that means more failure on defense. So I think that you can statistically
does it though?
Defense. It does, because I think that if
it's all quick strike, maybe, but that was the question I was going to ask you. What are we going to see up? I know we hadn't really seen a ton or heard a bunch about the running game yet. When do you think that's?
Is anybody really the guy? No, not yet. Do you have tons of pieces? Yes. I love Xavier Robinson. I think that is a cat that can take it to a different level. I'd like to see a full year healthy again. From Javonnie and Sawchuk, because we've seen what they have been able to be at their top tier. You also have Blaylock now who's in the fold. You have Tatum who's playing baseball. So we have gone very, very simple so far with the running game. And I think that it has more to do with let's get the passing game, kind of in some kind of a rhythm, because I think the running game is something that you can work on in the fall and in the summer and really kind of dial that stuff in. But I just say this is, I think that if you have an offense that continues to make the other offense have to come out and run their offense, I think there will be some more failure instead of the offense is just shutting it down for 2.5 quarters because they've got a good lead on us and they're not scared. But I do think that this offense can be more of a turnover offense this year. I think that this offense can be more, and that comes
take more chances and stuff like that.
Yeah, a defensive line putting more pressure. You also don't have to go over the defense and say, we're not winning this game unless you guys score.
Yeah.
And I think that we had to put pressure on our defense so many times last year to where it's like,
look at where Billy was playing out of position so often, trying to make a play. He had some stupid fans talking about it. You know what I mean? Saying dumb shit.
But I want to kind of address what Coop was talking about the running back system. Guys, if I look back at college football, what it was when having that feature back, that's kind of what college football was. But now today's college football, I kind of like what Ohio State did, having 2 really good running backs, not 3, but 2 good running backs that are durable and stay fresh. those guys stay fresh, man. So I mean, I like that system. I understand what you're saying. One guy needs to step out. I get that. But man, having two really good running backs, man, I think we could be
You
dangerous.
gotta have a couple, but you don't.
Yeah.
It's the
Yep.
running 4 dudes in there and shit like that.
No. I'm not saying that. The workhorse days, if just Earl Campbell, Mark, just give them
Those days were over a long time.
Yeah,
ago.
those days are over now. The two guys that's really productive, I can see that, and two guys that I would like to see. I would like to see us have two guys that we can depend on and put out there. Yeah, you need a third one in case somebody get nicked up,
Sure.
but we need to have a 2-back deal that it doesn't matter who starts.
It feels like to me, I don't know if this is just a concern about injuries or what it may be, but it almost feels like, because I don't think that you could really believe in nothing against Chuck or Javonte, but when they've been as hurt as they've been in, could they maybe be getting more time because you don't want them to jump in the portal? Just in case you've got injuries and stuff like that. Because I think that they're all in on X-Rob. And I think that if Tatum's not fumbling the ball anymore, which is it's an iffy thing, but you still got Torrey coming in, and that's a home run waiting to happen.
Yeah.
I just don't see where those guys or Sam really fit anymore.
Well, and Sam, I think it's just a service to this program. I think Sam kind of realized what he is. I think that there's still a different gear that he thinks he can hit. But, yeah, I mean, so, Coach, if you're saying you go to a 2-back system, you got Sawchuk, Barnes, Tatum, you got X-Rob, and then now Blaylock and Franklin. That's 6 backs. So you're going to have 3 guys who probably don't see the field outside of mop-up duty, and those guys are going to be gone. Jay and I were talking about this last night, and we're not getting too well ahead out in front of us at this point because I just don't want to. But as in December, I think that the outbound transfer portal from Oklahoma is going to scare some people, and a lot of people it doesn't matter what the season looks like. If we go 6-7 or if we go 12-0, it's going to be there's going to be quite a bit of people on the exit.
I can see that.
And this is the place where Jason, you've heard me for 2 years now talk about this. This is the place where people start seeing guys like a Lewis Carter or a Caden Green exit, but it's in groups.
Because they're over recruiting them. They're recruiting over them.
Yeah, it is. And those guys are not going to go to Texas State. They're not going to go to, Piedmont Central. They're going to go to a Baylor. They're going to go to an Oklahoma State. They're going to go to a Houston. They're going to go to these upper D1 programs because that's how good they are. And we're going to hate losing people. But again, to the Houston, to the Oklahoma State and stuff like that, they see it the same way as like most people see when Alabama has a transfer guy. All of a sudden, a former 5-star from Alabama is hitting the portal. How many teams want that guy? Everybody. I mean, everybody, and so because he went to Alabama. So Alabama recruited him and offered him and brought him in, and he just wasn't as good as Will Anderson. But that doesn't mean that he's not also really good. You saw it with, what's his name from Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams was a first-round draft pick at wide receiver. He left Ohio State. Why? Because he has freaks in front of him. And we're going to see more of that coming along. And I think that running back room – you want to be able to have guys that you can, depend on and have 3 to 4 of these guys who are going to be able to go out there. I agree with you wholeheartedly. If you can get to 3 guys who get the vast majority of the carries, you're going to piss off some people, but that's going to be better for the football team.
Yeah. And you if you have those 3 guys and then you got some freshmen sitting there or whatever, then those guys can just cycle in the year after again. And then here's the thing too, Coop. You're gonna have to pay that third leg. You're gonna have to pay that third leg to keep him there. That's what which one of those guys are gonna want to say, hey, I'll take the money. I'll stay. Because that's pretty much what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to pay to keep depth pieces now. You know, you're not going to be able to just say, "Well, I'm gonna get these two this right here," and then that third guy, you're going to have to pay that third guy too.
Yeah,
And that's what college football is coming to, especially in P4 ball.
and that's again where Nagy is really, really good, because you got to be able to have, it's the same thing as, as you're sitting here high top, like you're going to have to be able to go out and offer, $150,000 to a guy that, may get 40 touches all year long,
Mhm.
because everybody, and that's why the spring game situations are happening, is because you got somebody who shows up, watches the spring game, they see Isaiah and they go, hey man, we have almost nothing at tackle, and I see that you've got some traffic around you. Is there any conversation? What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Because I think we got a spot for you to come in and start from day one.
No, we didn't
And
have when though that happens. We didn't already had that conversation with
yeah,
people.
and
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, for people who think that doesn't really happen, it
that
happens.
happens.
Like
Yeah.
the moment after the Tennessee game ended, defensive linemen on our team, potential freshman All-Americans, were getting calls saying, "Hey, you know, your talents are getting wasted. Like, why don't you join us? It could be the top, the thing that puts us over the edge." And
Mhm.
that's why these conversations are happening, because yeah, do you get given the starting position? Look at Caden Green. Caden Green, kind of out of his control, but hey, you're going to go get tackle money and you're going to go play tackle. Well,
Mhm.
guess what? Now we got somebody else coming in, and now you're going to go play guard. And so now he's in the exact same situation
Mhm.
that he was at Oklahoma, and now he's frustrated. And some of these agents, handlers, and everything like that, they don't care. They don't care, because a lot of these guys really, and that's where Nagy has his work cut out from him, is he's not dealing with a professional agent. He's dealing with a potentially greedy family member
Well,
or family
yes,
friend.
yes, and let me just talk a little bit about that, because that happens. End of the year, we get phone calls. We're not interested. We tell them we don't even listen to the price, although they'll tell you up front. But you have to understand that everything is a process. And me, as being a coach, and my wife is a coach and being an athlete, we understand the process. You don't jump up and say, I'm finna leave because I'm not playing, you know, first string or whatever situation is. You have a lot of kids that I'm just gonna say this, they need that financial to take care of their family.
Hmm.
And when they're a third string guy and they're offered to go play at Coastal Carolina or wherever, and they're going to give them $50,000 more, which doesn't seem like a whole lot of money to us. That's a hell of a lot of
You're
money
not
to
going to
them.
the NFL though, and so why
And
would
you
they
know,
do it?
and that's what one guy I can't remember who it was, but one guy was like he was supposed to be coming. I'm not gonna call the school, but this one kid that I know, he said, "Coach, why would I come here?" And the school was like, "Oh, we're a better program. This, that, and the other." He said, "I'm not going to the NFL, but I'm a good football player. I know y'all are a blue blood in a Power Five school, but I'm going over here where I can make $75,000 more, and in 2 years, 3 years, have my degree, and still got 3 more years to play football, and I can stack this money and I can help my mom." That's what
Very
people are
much.
dealing with. And I
Very
got
much.
kids that
So,
in my program that have made that decision.
yeah.
Have made that
It,
decision. So that's gonna you're Cooper, I'm telling you, you hit it dead on about next year. Some of the guys making decisions, to have to go somewhere else, because not only just the playing is situation back at home and different things is a whole lot of stuff that plays into that the fans don't see. Oh, they see, oh, he left. You don't know what's going on at the crib.
you don't. And I mean, let's just be honest. Like, these are 18-year-olds.
That's
I would say that if I'm sitting here at 16 years old, I'm watching my, potentially one parent working 60 hours or 2 jobs a
Yes.
week, and they're
Yes.
bringing home $46,000. I've done a damn nothing at football, but I know what the trajectory could be. And that first time that I'm offered $185,000, which is, what is that, 4x what my parents
Yeah.
make an entire
Right.
year, all of a sudden you go, I can lift that burden. And so there is a lot of that. And
Yeah.
and though, I saw High Top, you said, you don't want those types of kids in the program. I think most people don't. You don't want to recruit that problem. You don't want to go to a guy and say, "Hey, listen, you could stay here and just be part of a great program. I've got a few extra bucks. We need a tackle. Come on over here." Like I'm not talking about what's the defensive tackle who left Georgia and went to USC. Like that dude, I see his face, but like that type of a guy, he's out for the biggest payday.
Yeah,
Like
he's out for the biggest payday.
that's not the guy that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, correct.
The Branch brothers were leaving, and they wanted to lobby out and say, we've not really earned $300,000 or $3 million, but I think that we as a group were worth that. And I think that that's the tough part about college football right now is you see a guy hit the portal, and you're like, man, I would really like for us to go after that guy, and that's where the GM part of it comes through.
Yes. Yes.
It's taking a look and going,
Yes.
that could put us over the top. And I think it's you heard Gabe and Teddy talk about Foje and Fasusi and go, money well spent. They spent the money on the guys. They come in, they're physically different. They're getting after it right away. Money well spent. Well, that's because what we saw at offensive line last year. Whereas if you said, hey, listen, there's say in the spring that a nice little $2 million defensive tackle gets in the portal, and he's like, he puts in Oklahoma as one of his desired destinations. I don't think that's money well spent. I don't think that the increase that you would get with adding that person over what you currently have is worth that money. Whereas I think that if you have a tight end who says, I'd like $1 million, and you look and you're like, well, you had 12 touchdowns and 45 catches and 600 yards receiving last year. That's money well spent. I think that you bring in that guy, but you also have to have the number 4 receiver who is going to come in and maybe catch 20 balls, maybe have a touchdown, and you're going to give him money that he's going to ask for, and so like I go with like a Satania. Like we paid a good amount of money for Satania, but he fits a lot of different bills. We need wide receiver, we need returners. So those things are going to happen. And you're going to get guys like that, like I said, which is money well spent. I don't think that every single opportunity is just the best fit for what you're needing from a program. And some kids, they may not have it in their cards to press harder, bear down, get better, and make more money. They just want to take the money available to them and help their family at that point.
That's true. That's true. And you see that a lot.
Well, you can't even blame them for it.
No, you can't blame them for them. But the thing that Oklahoma does really well, they dig into who you are.
Yeah.
They dig into who you are to kind of know what your situation is. They do that. And if they could help any other way, then, of course they will. But they dig into you to know what you need, what your family needs are. They do a really good job at that. And I think they base some of that, guys. Okay, we really need this guy. This is his situation. I think this would make his situation really good, and they're not throwing away money when they get that type of guy because they're big on character guys now. There's one thing I can say about BV. He is big on character guys. He wants character guys in his locker room. So
he wants team leaders, team captains, guys who have been leaders. Yeah, yeah. And
that's what
I know for a fact there was a receiver in the portal that we led for. And after doing some digging, we said, hey, what was your NIL dollar that you were looking for? And they said 800,000. I said, well, we got 450 for you. And they lowballed him on purpose because they found out some stuff, and it was just the juice was not worth the squeeze. So now he went somewhere else. And guess what? Already in trouble. So
those are type things, like I said, they do really good when it comes to that. But yeah, the nature of the beast, you're gonna have some kids. pack up and leave for different reasons. Because that's just what we are in college football. No roster's gonna stay the same. Um,
No.
and that goes. But you as a player, you got to know when it's time. It's okay. This ship and sailed here. Not just I need more money or he's starting in front of me. You just got to know when the ship has sailed. And
Yeah.
when you in the ship and sail, then you can say, you know what, hey, appreciate everything. I got my degree. I'm out. I'm gonna go play 2 years somewhere else. And that's the kind of deal that um, that you would after 3 years, whether you're gonna play at the University of Oklahoma or not.
Yeah, you're at this level, you're going
Yeah,
to.
right.
If you want to come sit somewhere for 4 years, have no expectations, and then just collect a check, Georgia ain't the place for you. Oklahoma
Right.
ain't the place for you. Texas
Correct.
isn't the place for you. None of those places are, because I promise you, if I dish out some good coin for a transfer player and then after year one, I don't see any projection to where you're doing something the next year, that tough conversation's coming.
Hmm.
We're going to have the tough conversation with guys, in this fall,
And BV
and
said it. He said it.
you're going to see, and like I said, it's going to be tough because I think that's the situation with like the NFL. I think fantasy football, really, really covers that, to a certain extent, to where people you don't have to have that one guy that's been on your team. I'm a Broncos fan.
Oh, okay.
And so been a Broncos fan for 30 some odd years, right? And so became a Broncos fan watching a baseball slash quarterback player in John Elway. Watch Ed McCaffrey, fell in love with Ed McCaffrey. TD turn my life around, right? So I watched that. Well, since Peyton Manning retired after winning the Super Bowl, like, who do you really just like really plant yourself down into, and what player has been on that team that you could really just rally behind? There hasn't been a guy, because we see guys like Tom Brady and guys like Patrick Mahomes and guys who stick on teams for a long time,
Hmm.
and they become the face of the franchise, and that's
Hmm.
few and far between in the NFL because it is a transactional business. They're
Hmm.
out there to make their money. Sure, they want to win too, but they want to make their money, because when it's all said and done, they're going to be lonely with a bank account and CTE in the future, and loyalty ain't going to pay any bills.
No,
That,
none.
but the money in the bank account will.
And look at Dylan Gabriel, man. I mean, you really want to. I mean, we could have used him, no doubt. We all know that, but you know, it was a
I think
situational thing, man.
I think Dylan Gabriel probably is retired from football right now if he stayed at OU last year,
Yeah,
because he would have been ear holed one or two times, and the concussions would have ended his career.
right.
And so, I mean, for anybody thinking like if we'd had Dylan Gabriel last year, yeah, imagine Dylan Gabriel running around behind that offensive line.
Yeah.
Like that's that guy got concussions with a good offensive line. So, we don't have to get into that, but I mean, he leveraged his situation. I
Yes,
want to go a little bit further back
that's
home.
exactly what I'm saying. He betted on himself and say, "Look, Oklahoma was really great for me, um, you know, but I'm out." I think he graduated too, though, right?
Yeah, graduated. He
Yeah,
still he came here
He
during the
was
pro
already
day.
graduated when he left. Yeah.
right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. And then he's been back a couple times. I've seen him on a couple of
He
shows, man.
he was back
Yeah.
during the he did the family stuff with the Sooner Scoop guys,
Right,
and
right.
the family business. He's came back and thrown with a couple guys getting ready for the pro day. Like, yeah, I mean, listen. If you hate Dylan Gabriel, then you're not paying attention to a lot of different things.
Yes, definitely, man. I like the guy.
This
First
has
class guy.
always been a Dylan free stray zone, man. Dylan stray free Dylan zone on this show. Believe that.
Man. The
Even
kid,
though I
the
have
kid,
to fight
and
off
that's
some.
what we're talking about, Coop. You know, kids making tough decisions for their situation. That's going to happen next year. The same way Dylan had to make that decision. That's going to happen, and it's college football. That's
Yeah,
college
it,
football.
that's it, it is what it is. And guess what? If you want to know what's going to happen next year, we don't know,
We
because the
have no
changes
idea.
are they're going to have more changes coming in July, and then new arguments are going to start happening, and it is just going to be tough. I mean, it really is. And but I really do think that when you break it down to it, it's you have to have a good hold and a good grasp on your team. And if you choose, Nagy is a great example. Um, you know, obviously this fits our narrative at the moment, but like this frees up a lot of the mental bandwidth for our coaching staff because Nagy can be out there watching players,
It
looking at
does.
what we have from a film. And now instead of Miguel Chavis having to go and say, all right, I think we're going to go need a tight end, so I need all my analysts to go and start collecting film on potential for guys. Nagy can already be out there doing that. He knows what we have and what we don't have at this point. And so he's able to go out and watch the film on his tiny TV that he tweeted the picture of. I don't know if anybody saw that, but guy's making almost $1 million and has like a 45-inch TV in his office, but needs a bigger TV to watch that film. But he needs to get out there and do that stuff, and it does free up quite a bit of the bandwidth that this coaching staff's going to have to deal with. Because, and that's another reason why I think the spring game got canceled. Instead of this massive production and everything like that, they can just focus on coaching and getting better and going through the timeline of the spring.
Yeah.
And they don't have to get everything ready. You don't have to have those tough conversations of why you are listed third on the depth chart for the spring game. And, maybe it's a situation where you just come out of, the training room and you're like, all right, am I back in the starting role? Nope, you're going to be third because, we kind of, if you get a chance to play, that's great. But it's still an 18-year-old kid, and all they hear is, no, there's two guys out in front of you. Not you just got out of the training room and you're not ready to supplant those. These guys need to be rewarded for their time on the field during all this prep. Yeah. And so it's – and then who's around them? We talked about the parenting and everything like that is – I know it will be hard if somebody came to me and said, listen, and I've had it happen a couple times already. Your daughter is a pretty good soccer player. We've got this club team, and it's I mean, we're top of the top. I think it'd be great for her to come over here if you wanted to. If I let my pride over having an all-star soccer player make my decision, then I'm sending her somewhere that's probably not the best fit for her yet, because she still needs to sit in semi-competitive while she learns to develop some talents. But if I go throw her into a deep competitive league and she's not playing, then what's going to happen? I feel good
You could damage
at the
her.
beginning. Yeah, I feel good at the beginning, but now my daughter is collapsing underneath all the expectations that she needs.
And that's true, man. That's so true. I see that on an everyday basis. What you just talked about. I had a parent come up to me the other day, wanting to get on our little travel team, and the kid is good, but he's just not ready. And maybe next year he will be ready. But yeah, you made a great point with that, man. It's just some situations that it's just difficult. You have to make those tough decisions, man. But I think with guys are growing like they're growing, and OU being able to say, okay, we need you and we want you here, and this is what we're going to do for you. Because I witnessed that in the offseason. I witnessed a lot of guys making the jump, you know, financially, because they know they're going to need those pieces, and they took care of everybody on the back end, instead of saying, okay, we're just going to wait till this guy come to us and see, what we're going to do with him. I can say Oklahoma is making those moves. Nagy being in that position that he's in even magnified that. So those situations we're not going to deal with like some of these other schools. I know right now, Ole Miss, they had to deal with that, because when you top heavy, everybody knows what top heavy. When you got the first string linebacker making 600,000 and the second string linebacker making 35,000, that's top heavy,
Yeah.
and that's something that
It,
you can't be as a program. And
a- and
we're not top heavy like that.
and there's a lot more too, because now everybody's getting money, but again, we still have individual pride, and you want to be able to that's a hard pill to swallow, that you're making 60K and then you go walk over and see this new 5-star guy who hasn't taken a damn snap and he's making $1 million,
Right.
and you're going, and then he comes over to you and says, "Man, I'm just not getting it." Like, that's why you have to focus on the character, because do you want to be the
Right.
60K player, coaching up the $1 million player? Because I mean, there will be some people who think, well, maybe he'll take me with him, but most of the people are thinking, man, I have played through a torn labrum, I have taken criticism from the fan base, and I have busted my ass, and I held together a failing portion of this team, and I was not given a raise. I was then asked to go help coach the new $1 million guy.
Yeah.
Like that's tough for any person.
Yeah.
It does not matter where you're at, boy, girl, basketball, soccer, football. That's a tough thing. I've been a spot to where I've switched jobs, and I've had people come up to me and go, "Hey, I got to walk you through some of this new software." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate that." And they'll be like, "Well, I hear that you got a pretty awesome, salary. What are you making?" And that's a tough spot to be in, because
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to, but I also don't have an entire internet talking about how much I'm making. And whereas, every single person who is around that guy is getting around Michael Fasusi right now. Think about it. I mean, he can't go home without having someone go, "Hey, man, so have you gotten your first check yet? Like, how'd that feel?" And it's all about the money for them.
Mm-hmm.
And all he wants to do is bear down and just not embarrass.
That's even family members doing that shit to you too.
Oh yeah.
And that
Yeah.
thing is the worst.
I mean, that kid right there, I just hearing Isaiah talk about him. He's gonna be a dude. But he's you know, is athletic, but he's still a freshman. And people don't understand that. They wanna pump everything out, this, that. I mean, people ask me, man, how you feel about him coming in? Hey man, this is part of the team, part of the family. One thing about it, Isaiah's going to be ready when his time comes. I mean, he had the little deal and he just sat back. But I can promise you that whole room is competitive. Nobody's giving out. Big Bill ain't giving out anything.
Oh, no.
He's not
We've
giving out
had that
anything. So,
conversation.
yeah, so you're gonna
Yeah.
have to, win it. And and until Isaiah had that little situation, he was right there. And it's a little setback, man. But there's nothing to be, really worried about. But for Sushi, all them guys, they talk. Matter of fact, just the other day, Ryan Fosley had something delivered to Isaiah because he didn't want it to go over to the post office, that he didn't have time to go over there and get it. And Isaiah actually, when it came to the house, Isaiah, he drove over there and took it to him. So they little bros, they gonna always be little bros. I mean, that's the way it is, and that's what's going on. It's not okay, you making this and I'm making that. It's not that type of situation. You understand what this program and what the college football is. You don't worry about that situation. You worry about getting on the field, because that's your main priority, is getting on the field. You can't worry about another person's finances and you're not on the field. And that's
Hey,
the problem that you have at a lot of these universities. You worry about what this guy's making and you're not even on the field.
well, yeah, and it's there's a fine line between the rising tide, lifts all ships, and I think that it is when you have the right characters and you have the right
Hmm.
kids and you have the right
That's
people,
true.
because it does not matter it doesn't matter whether it's Georgia or whether it's Oklahoma or whether it's USC, wherever it is across the entire country. When you're doing something like this, everybody's got to be pulling in the same direction.
Correct.
Everybody's got to keep going. And I do want to pause for a second. So I don't know, Jason, if you saw that, but man, just thoughts and prayers out to Marjam's.
Yeah, I was just
unfortunate
fixing to cut everybody off. We need to say something about that. Thoughts and prayers for his mom. And
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, man, they know that.
yeah,
If,
and
there's nothing you can really say other than give her a hug for us, tell her we're all thinking about her, and we'll definitely be praying for her.
Definitely.
yeah, definitely so. And I mean, that's another thing is, when you boil it all down, like, yeah, these are just new rules and these are just new storylines, and in college football, which is an entity that continues to bring people from all backgrounds, all areas of the country, and just invokes passion in us. And when it all boils down to it, it does not matter, man. We're here for you, the fans, and thank you for bringing some of these things here, because when you're going through struggles, sometimes you just need community. And we're willing to be here and step in and fill the gap for you. So I appreciate you, Mars.
No doubt. No doubt, man.
Big dog, I'm gonna have to get off. I got a meeting in about 5 minutes. I got to
Okay.
jump on, man. We got a tournament coming up at Oxford, 7-on-7 this weekend. So got
Yeah,
to
that's
jump on
coming
the
up this
meeting.
weekend.
Yeah, coming up this weekend, man. So we actually played the Sooner 7 team in New Orleans. They were pretty good. We beat them. They're pretty good. So shout out to those guys, man. They're a pretty good football team from Oklahoma.
I just don't know what it would, as a 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 15-year-old football player. New Orleans is just not a fun place to go. I don't know. I don't know, because sometimes you need a few adult beverages to make the smell kind of go away.
Sippy cups.
Yeah,
We
what?
got sippy cups for that shit, bro. What do you mean?
Hey, man, it's crazy. But I got to get out of here, guys, man. I appreciate you, man.
Marcus, thanks
We'll
for coming
catch
in,
up
my
with you,
man.
Coop.
All right, brother,
Appreciate you,
man.
bro.
I love
Throwing
you.
your
Always,
hand.
man. Bet that.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, Marcus Dent from the Gridiron Insight. Always appreciate him coming in. Let me switch you over here real quick, Coop, to this other one.
And chicken, your 200 grand checks in the mail. I sent it to an address. Hopefully you get it.
Hey man, if you're sending out checks, man, nah, man. Hey man, I guess that was the main thing that I just wanted to kind of talk about some of the biggest storylines. I know we got the whole week of spring break. I mean, we've got more to talk about, I guess, really, but I can't imagine why. I get it. It's PTSD and all that kind of stuff, but I think that's really what it amounts to, is that you're just having a lot of PTSD for people after last season, because everything that could go wrong went wrong, and I kind of look at it as, if you think about the first year he was here, I know a lot of people want to put the 6 and 7 off on BV also. I get it. It's easy to go there because it's just the easy way to put it. Most times you don't really put the first year of anything on a coach unless they get to take over ready-made programs like Lincoln did. But here, when they gutted it and everything else, he gets that one too. Well, he won 10 games the year after that. Probably could have won more, should have won more. But so the expectation was to continue moving up. I think that the talent tells you that you should be doing that. And again, I think we've explained this we've explained this so many times and in so many ways that there's no way that you can really believe that it's just a coaching problem, or it's just this, or it's just that. I mean, there's little things that I think happen, and I think that there's definitely nuances and things that happened last year that you look at it and you're going, shit. Maybe it was on BV, maybe it wasn't. On the hire of Seth Luttrell, I think we both have opinions about that. I don't care. I don't think that anybody would have put up a better record than what Oklahoma did if they lost their top 6 receivers. And 5 of them within one game.
And Jason, and I'll up you. We were playing Ole Miss, and their number one wide receiver is out, and Ole Miss's offense was struggling. And in the broadcast, they said, you got to think that if, and I cannot remember the guy's name off the top of my head right now, but you got to think that this game would look different if they had X. And it's like, bro, do you know what's on the other side of the field? Like, and so the update on the injury curse of OU football, I personally I think I want to try to cover this one last time. Listen, what you saw on the offensive line in the receiver room, it didn't happen anywhere else on the football team. The wide receiver room, I'm not going to get into everything with that, but there's a lot of different scenarios and situations that happen. Jaden Gibson, we see that every single football season. college or pro. You see a guy just running a route, he makes a break, and he collapses. It happens every single year.
Yeah, non-contact injuries, they happen, man.
Yeah,
Before we go too far, Coach Ricks, I forgot about putting this up there. Thanks, man. He's talking about had a player that left Marshall to go to Maryland, and he was paid and promised one thing, something else happened. He's sitting, not playing. It cuts both ways. The portal definitely. We appreciate the super chat, but I mean, that's the one thing about this is a lot of these kids they don't necessarily get good advice. Number one, and look, they don't care whether or not they're helping you out or not. You know what I mean? They're trying to help themselves out, these coaches, and particularly at Maryland where, Loxley's in deep shit. He's got to win.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot, it's not one blanket scenario that happens with NIL. It just isn't. Like, that it is based off of intentions. Everybody has their own intentions in any of these negotiations. The teams do, the coaches do, the players do, the agents/handlers do. Everybody has it. And yeah, Drew, thank you for Trey Harris. Yeah, but
right. Yeah.
I'll just say this: as of right now, there's no freak injuries on this team. You've had postseason cleanup surgeries.
Yeah.
And then you've had the Javonnie Gibson situation where, he is, or Jaden Gibson, sorry.
Jaden Gibson. That's
Gibson,
he's 9 months removed, right?
He's not ready. Like, he tore his patella tendon. Like, there is a chance that he never plays again still. There's still a chance that that's the case. And he was in recovery. He started running. There's a difference. You run some straight line stuff, it feels fine. You run some cones where you're breaking in and out and things don't feel right. They monitor it. They focus on it. And this is why you have to 100% dive in and incorporate the training staff, because you can't have information split between 3 different entities. You got to have everything going to one area. So he's still progressing. He still is expected to play the season. So, no, yeah, we don't have any injuries where guys are just down.
But I mean, if he sat another year with that injury, would it bother anybody? No, you've got other guys too. I mean, and I want to see Jaden come back and play and be who he can be and not be a shell of himself when, that's not what you want to see. The truth is you're getting guys here. You're getting guys here.
You want to see Jaden Gibson come back from injury and give himself a chance to go to the league, to perform. And that's what we all want to see. We want to see the same thing out of the rest of the guys on this team. I don't think that wide receivers are going to be an issue this year.
I don't either. You got hungry ones, man. I mean, a guy like Javonnie Gibson, and when Marcus brought him up on the show that morning, and we went and looked at him, I was like, son of a bitch. And then our guy from Blitz City Podcast, Kobe Orr, he had done a video about him being the best player in the SWAC. Well, come to find out, he should have. I mean, he's Coach Rick's nephew. So all of a sudden, off of that show, and thank God that he brought him up, because I didn't know who he was. But I mean, look, I get it, but this is the narratives that are out there. I know that it's a scary time. We're used to winning. We're used to seeing this, and I think the other part of it is that Texas has had success. The fact is, we can say it about the schedule all we want to, and it's true. There's nothing not true about that. That's a shitty bullshit schedule that they get to play. Now, this year is going to be tougher because of the fact they got to go to the Swamp, they got to go to Athens, and then they get to play in the Shoe. Okay, good. Good, because the rest of it, other than the Red River, is who knows? You know what I mean? In the end, they have had success, and then you've had a couple of, some seasons that hurt you. I mean, the first year, the other part, I would say that it would have been really easy to say with that first year, if you're not going to put any of it off on Lincoln, which that's kind of silly. If you don't, fine. But here's the deal about that, is that you had one quarterback. He got hurt, essentially. And I mean, I felt like we probably should have seen a little more out of Nick Evers than what we did, but apparently they didn't think he was ready.
And apparently he hasn't been, because he failed at Wisconsin and failed at UConn. So, and it doesn't matter what parentals say, he's not a good quarterback, and he definitely was not Oklahoma good. It did not matter. But you're dead on when I say this is the success that Texas was having while this was going on.
Yeah.
That has a major playing effect. That has, I think.
Oh yeah, it's PTSD like crazy, man. It's like nails on a chalkboard for a Sooner fan.
It is, and because that I used to play. I'm gonna out somebody here. And Tim, if you see this video and you want to come after me, come after me. This fella is now the AD at a college in the city of Tulsa. So I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Okay.
But we used to play backyard football. Again, I was pulled out of football and told to play baseball, and that's what I did. And so I had some core group of friends. There was 4 of us, and we were, you see groups of kids get together and play, Pokemon cards or Pogs back in the day for us.
Yeah.
And it was like every single time that they had free time, they were there doing that. We would go across the street and play football. Just 2-on-2 guys. One guy really good quarterback, 2 guys really good wide receivers, one just an all-purpose guy. And every once in a while, we had this other guy who would come, and he always would show up and play with us. And this guy was awful. He was not good. But he talked trash all the damn time.
Never shut the hell up. I know that guy.
He's now the AD at a school here in Tulsa, a major university, and I'll leave it there. But he thought he was amazing. And that was one of the funnest things that is, as we're playing football and going crazy, is I always thought, like, man, this guy has no idea about who he really is. And I feel like that's kind of how I feel about Texas is they're seeing some of the success, but they've gotten almost up to where they're supposed to go, and they haven't been able to jump that hurdle. And so, there's a little bit of catty back and forth there. But again, you throw out a 6-7 season, and the other team goes to the playoff, and you're going to go, chicken, you potentially got it right. So you just see these things, and you're like wondering. They have seen success. They're not as good as they think that they are, but they have seen success. They've been better than us by a lot. And that is a double down, because I promise you, when Charlie Strong was out there and they were just miring in mediocrity, we were doing the same thing to them.
The truth is, we've been doing the same thing to them since they integrated college football. I mean, it just is what it is. It's irritating. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear them sit there and pound their chest when they're playing, cuckoo schedules like that. And why the SEC did that shit to Oklahoma, I think that's a shitty move on their part. You could have balanced that thing out a little bit. They did it. Whatever. It is what it is. And they definitely were trying to make sure that they got them to play Arkansas for 2 years, and they got them to play A&M. Now we're talking about not going to the 9 because of I think they're going to go to 9 because they're going to get their way, right?
They will. But
which I still am not a fan of going to of having 4 auto bids when you're going to get 4 most years anyway, especially if you go to 14 and 16 teams and you have extra auto bids. I mean,
yeah. Well, the auto bid situation.
Or not auto bids, but at larges. You got 2 more at larges. Or 4 more at larges.
I was just going to say this. It's whatever they end up doing. There's going to be an argument. Is it better than what it was with picking your 4 teams? Sure. But I don't want people to get confused with the current schedule and then when we had the BCS, or even when we just had the playoff committee with the 4 teams is. I think that they need to do some tooling with that, because let's just be honest. Let's go last year, SEC championship game. You got Georgia versus Texas. Though Texas really just drug it out and couldn't put Arizona State away and probably should have lost that game. Arizona State wasn't winning the national championship game. We're still in the same story. It's 2 or 3 teams that are going to win, but it's going to be a fun and entertaining it's going to be a fun and entertaining. Chicken's killing me here.
Right.
atmosphere. I just don't. I just think that if you are the number 2 or 3 or 4 SEC team, you're probably going to beat the winner of the ACC, unless the ACC really just finally gets their crap together. I don't see Clemson getting back to what they were, and I don't see Miami or Florida State becoming anything great. I think SMU is going to continue to be competitive, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to put a team that's going to stand up against, what Ohio State has done, or what, the SEC can put up there. So but at the same time, would you say that like Texas gets to roll in, or the SEC number 2 gets to roll in and play the Big 12 champ? Like like if you're the SEC, you should say, yeah, we'll do that every year. Yeah, bring that one on. That sounds terrific.
Sure. No, I mean, well, it is what it is. I think that you're gonna have yours, and it's all gonna even itself out. Somebody asked me on one of the shows a couple of weeks. I think I was on Coach Smook's show, and they were asking him. No, it wasn't on Coach Smook. Somebody was asking me on one of the shows if I felt like it was Rawhide. Would Oklahoma ever be what they were in the Big 12 in the SEC? And I was like, no, but nobody is. And nobody's ever going to do what Alabama has done either in the SEC anymore, because of the fact that you've just
leveled out.
Yeah, man. First of all, yeah, there's no way that you can pack away those kind of players on any of these teams anymore, because now they can move. They have freedom of movement. And there's money, you know what I mean? And there's more teams and now in the SEC especially, well, they're getting the most money, them in the Big Ten. So no, you're not going to be able to do that. You can't stack them 4 deep and wait until they're juniors to play them. You just can't do it. So that's not going to happen anymore, which is why Saban left. That's why he left.
Well, I also think that he didn't want to mess with this stuff anymore, because in all honesty, if Nick Saban had 0 ties to Alabama, and because the moment Nick Saban comes out and says, I think NIL is crap, I think we should not be playing these guys like this, I think these guys haven't done a damn thing, and I think that they need to show up and do something before they get paid.
Well, then he loses his entire legacy at that point.
Well,
right?
yeah, Alabama gets hit hard. And I promise you that though they can't tell him exactly what to say, they can be like, hey, let's chill out on some of this stuff. But
right.
Alabama also doesn't have the Nick Saban discount. Like, there's not players that are going to come there and just play less. The expectations, you don't want to be the guy that, you don't want to be the next class that, knocks Alabama off of what they have been through this entire time. And I also say this. If you look at just Georgia over the past 20 years, until they're able to actually get in, and now listen, this is bad for college football, I think, but Georgia has had a massive issue with getting a quarterback. Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, what's up with that?
He was an overperformer, and he was just the man. You look at
he was. Yeah, I think, was it you that called him, Baker
Mayfield Lions. Yeah.
Light,
Baker Light. I think he is close to Baker. But I also think he was helped out significantly by one of the best tight ends that college football's seen in a very, very long time. And Brock Bowers proved that this year. I think the dude had like 92 catches in the NFL this year. Like, he was legit. I mean, he was awesome. And the moment that guy went out, that whole team was different 2 years ago, and it just looked completely different last year. They were incompetent on offense. And so, no, I don't think that we're going to see another deal like Bama. I don't think that we'll see another deal like we saw with Georgia for, the time that Stetson Bennett was there. Because every school has an issue to where there's still a perception around it, and there's still, you could still negative recruit that. If you're this big time quarterback, why would you go to Georgia? Are you really that confident in yourself that you're going to be the quarterback that changes how an entire program has been seen? Because why has Oklahoma continued to get, the looks after 6 and 7 seasons from legitimate quarterbacks? Well, it's because that's the pedigree. That's the experience that everybody's had. And that's not something, and even with Jackson Arnold, it's not like he was a 3-star quarterback that just failed. He was a 5-star guy that just didn't do what he was supposed to. But you turn around and Jaden O'Neal comes on. You know, at that point, we thought 4-star, potentially 5-star guy, high rising, going fast. Now, Bo Bentley, also another person in this conversation. Peyton Houston in 27. Every single one of these guys are still wanting to come to Oklahoma while being high performance quarterbacks, even though we looked like dog crap last year.
Yep, 55 likes, hot damn. That's what happens when you bring in people like Coop and Bogue, and it's Big Monday, folks. It's Big Monday. That's what's going on here.
We need like 155 though.
So, I love it if we did, but I mean, since the shadow ban started, I haven't really been getting that many views. Not even kind of close. Although the last couple of days hasn't been as bad, but I think it's just because of I don't know, man. Until I see it start working out better, I don't even understand where it came from. But it's so wild. But it's just been. But I know I hadn't seen as many views on a lot of channels lately, which makes me think
everything's been down pretty low. I know that
I think the algorithm changes could have had something to do with some of it though, because my click through rate is fantastic. They're not surfacing.
We've also seen a lot of bots have been removed, and I know a lot of people were getting clicks off of bot likes and stuff like that. So
it's pretty wild, yeah. Because I was getting, that could be it. I guess I know one thing is that, but it's still there. The views are down because they're not putting it up as much. Because my click through rate is like rock star click through rate. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we're getting better at this stuff as we continue going. You know what I mean? And even though we talk more shit, but I don't know that people hate that. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, here's what I think. I think this is better than what the crap ESPN puts out. I mean, we're not bound by anything. You get a full opportunity, but ESPN, like my kids were, what was I watching the other day? I was watching something, a popular series right now. And, I don't know, but they had the MTV beginning, the MTV,
oh yeah,
like the old school 90s deal. And my kids were like, what is MTV? And my brain hurt for half a second.
What's up, Duke?
And I said, so it used to be just a channel that played music videos. So you just sit there and watch.
Turned into something way different than that, even though it evolved a ton, right?
And then what was it was Road Rules and all
in
that
real
stuff.
World, yeah.
That Real World, those things. And then everybody, there was the drama drew people instead of, watching
reality TV. Reality TV.
Well, that's because you can only watch Video Killed the Radio Star, music video 55 times before you're like, okay, I'm over this, But I digress. We start talking about ESPN too, and how it's just different that they keep on going through, and I'm not going to get too deep into this one because this will take us to a more shadow bans conversation, but like ESPN continues to back so many of these TV deals that they have every single time that they sign somebody up with a new massive TV deal. What do they got to do? They got to go find 3 or 4 people who make the program what it is and go fire them, like Sam Ponder. And just absolutely just some of the stupidest stuff I've ever seen. And I don't know how much longer you're going to see, Fox be able to put out stuff, NFL Network to be able to put out stuff. They're going to have to do more stuff like this because this is how people are consuming content. Like it does. Can you turn this on? Why
are you seeing the popular people go to, even though Stephen A's making all the money at ESPN, he's making even more on his podcast.
Yeah. And you got some more opportunity to kind of say whatever you want on the podcast. And so, I mean, this is just where it's going. So, I mean, yeah, is it 3 hours? And is somebody going to hit play and watch 3 hours of this? Maybe. You're a degenerate, and I appreciate
some of them do. Some of them do. But what we have to do, I think we got to do a better job of cutting it up and getting more out of it, And if you had a staff like they had at ESPN, you could do that, You know
Hey
what I
man,
mean?
if you look at my YouTube thumbnails, it is college football content and then like superhero movie content. And
Yeah.
so I am a degenerate too. Like I will go on and most of the time when I say, "Hey, do you got room for one more?" It's I have no meeting that I have to be engaged in and I can turn it on here and start watching and do some work on the side. And that's typically what ends up happening is I get free and I'm like, "Well, I guess I could join for a few minutes." But I think that's what that's what we see now. We see more of this, and I had a conversation. My current ask for Joe C is, hey, what if you invited all of us during the Crimson Combine on campus? Let us all do our shows, and every single person, draw that content. I mean, is Gabe and Teddy going to come on campus and do it? Probably not. They're going to stick to their schedule, and that I respect that. But like,
Mm.
could the Sooner Scoop guys, come and set up a mobile deal or do a show? They probably will anyway. Parker and Brandon, same type of thing. You, us, Horns Down, all those guys. If you had them all on campus, just drilling out some conversations, you get unbiased and kind of more up to date. Because I'll just tell you, if you listen to the radio for up to date Sooners news, you're not going to get it. It's not going to get it. Dean Blevins is not breaking any news. That's not going to
Whatever do you
happen.
mean?
Dean Blevins, if you listen to the radio, the up to date news that you're getting is John Mateer is now on campus working with the team.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's 3 months old. Yeah, we understand that he's on campus. They've been doing spring workouts. Like, or hey, how's John Mateer looking? Well, whatever Gabe and Teddy said 6 days ago is now going to get put on the radio. So, I think it's a little bit more of an up to date, good.
No, we stay in the middle of it. Right? I mean, that's why we're doing 3 hours worth because we actually like work at the shit.
And listen, it's. I think that there is a lot of credit to, like we said earlier, is if you are a dude out here and you're watching, or you're a person watching this right now, and you take a look and you're like, hey, listen, I don't believe in this team and I have to see it to believe it. I'm not going to tell you you're an idiot. If you come out and you say, hey, I think this team's going to struggle to go 6 and 7 this year, I think they're going to be really, really bad, I'll disagree with you because of the
the way we usually do it is like, give us some reasons for it. I mean, don't just come in. I mean, I think I get in trouble for that. It's because I will go back at you. I'm going to go back at you because I want you to explain it.
Yeah, if you want to say
Don't
like,
just
hey,
say stuff. Don't just say stuff and then expect us to like not give you shit for it. But if you can back up what you're saying, okay, cool.
Yeah, well, if you say, hey, listen, I'm concerned that the injury issue is going to be something.
I just said earlier, I'm not too sure that I'm not somewhat concerned with it, but I don't see how it could be like it was a year ago.
What it was
right?
last year. But,
because it wasn't just injuries either. There was also other things that went along with it. Scaredy cat quarterback and a bad system.
Well, Jason, I try to put it this way, but I've been playing some old guy ping pong, which we call pickleball. So been going to my church on Tuesday nights and playing, and so we play like 3 hours. Then we play a little like 21 or horse or full court basketball and everything. And guys, I'm just telling you, just like any other ex-athlete, I got a lot of ice packs that happen after I go do stuff like this,
dude.
And so I come into the house.
Somebody asked me to go play basketball last week. I was like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?"
Yeah,
no.
But I mean,
I'll act like I used to, and I'll hurt myself.
Guaranteed. Yeah, exactly. This still thinks that we're 20. So I go and I play, and I come home, and I got a lower back ice pack, both knees, and usually my arm, either the shoulder or the elbow. That's what happens when you blow your arm out. You don't have surgery. Yeah. So I think last year is comparable to if I came home and I had one ice pack. Which part of my body do I put this on first? Because is it going to be my lower back? Is it going to be my left knee? Is it going to be my right knee? Is it going to be my elbow? Right. Well, that's kind of like last year is like, how do you fix? Like, if I can fix one thing at a time, do you fix the offensive line? Do you fix the OC? Do you fix the quarterback? Do you fix the wide receiver injuries? And you can't do 4 major overhauls at the same time. You don't come in, if you do that in your home.
Well, there was also a communication failure somewhere along the line there too. Right.
It's the difference between a renovation and a remodel.
Mhm.
If you're remodeling your bathroom, you are focused on your bathroom and you're knocking that bad boy out and you're doing it. If you got your bathroom, your master, your kitchen, and your dining room, that's a
You got
renovation.
walls down in all of it? Yeah.
That's where you got to shut shit down and, really just get focused to fixing. Well, you can't do that in the middle of the football season. You still got to show up. You still got to march out there and you still got to play. And you still have to do it with the thought that you need to build towards the next year and the next year and the next year. And so that's where I'm at. Like, I do not think that we're going to see the injury issues like we saw last year. Like, will someone be injured at some point in the year? Yes, 100%.
Oh yeah,
That's
you're
gonna
gonna have injuries. You got injuries now. It is what it is.
But the OC thing, I feel like the OC and the quarterback problems are taken care of. I do feel like the wide receiver problems are taken care of.
Yep.
So now
I think that the offensive line is probably pretty much taken care of too. It's Bill Bedenbaugh, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? That's the other part that I struggled with that one and I swear I got messed with more by a couple of kind of creators. I guess I wouldn't call them necessarily. I'm not talking about the Doomer Surges. I'm talking about another couple of dudes that are weird. But they're like, oh yeah, they should fire Bedenbaugh. And I'm like, are you insane? Why are you saying that? What?
No, he was in the running for recruiter of the year. Like, let's
Come on,
stop.
bro.
Like,
I mean,
let's stop.
and
Now, listen, there's two.
did they have a bad year? Did they have a bad year of like identifying the right guy at the right time? Maybe, maybe not. I think that you would say that even Spencer Brown looked a lot better at the end of the year than he did in the middle.
Yeah, I would say that. But I'll also say this is when you've got an injury list as long as we had,
good offensive linemen are going to not be in the portal because
it also makes it a situation where it's this, Jason, is if I were to come home from playing basketball and I take an account and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm good. I don't think I played very long. I did a lot of standing. I feel good. I don't think I need to ice anything. Like, if I did that it is what it is. But if I came home and I'm like, well, you know what? My left knee is a little sore. I'm probably going to go, you know what? I'll go ahead and ice both knees and I'll do the back anyway. If I want to do it, I'm going to go ahead and just do everything. And I think that when you got an offensive line like we had last year, going through the injuries, the receivers going through the injuries, instead of going, you know what? I do have a nick and a bruise, and I think I could probably play through this. You got guys who are going like, you know what? They're sitting out. I kind of can too. Like, I'm going to take care of myself.
I get a medical red shirt here and go fucking play somewhere. I mean, yeah.
It's why waste a year of eligibility? I've missed 5 games. I could come back out, waste my eligibility, and it's
for what?
It's not going to
on a quarterback that can't throw it, that won't throw it down the field. Why would I do that?
It's not going to help me out. So, but I don't think that. I don't really. I truly don't believe.
I'm not going there with that either. And I mean, we know that Nick Anderson tore his quad, so I mean, it wasn't that case for him.
Well,
I think he was a bit of a pain in the ass. It sounds like at some point.
Well, again,
but do you blame him for it? No.
reading between the lines, and I'm just going to take this from all right. So I'm Nick Anderson. I've got expectations on expectations. I know that I have this injury, and I know that there's other injuries, and he came back against Tennessee, and he came on the field, and he gave it a go. A shitty throw by Jackson Arnold gets him all twisted up.
Popped, yep.
He rehearts it, and now I'm not 100% sure. There are some other stories kind of floating around. You don't know what's real. You don't know what's opinion.
Sure.
And all of a sudden he says, you know what? I just want a third party involved so that I can have this. And he decides to incorporate another layer of, I guess, help in his healing. Do I blame him for that? No, I don't blame him for that. Do I know exactly what all the decision factors ended up being? No, I don't. Do I know that he's also not running with the starters right now at LSU? I do know that.
I know that as well. He's third string or something is what I heard.
And so I so here's the thing is sometimes things just They're just not good situations, and there's nothing you can do about it. It sucks for us, but again, it's not. We didn't have anybody come out and say in the middle of the season, "Hey, I'm entering the transfer portal," and we saw that become a kind of a
I don't
popular
know that.
deal to do.
Here's what I'm gonna say though. I don't know that anybody that left, including Nick Anderson, is as dynamic as Javonnie Gibson is.
I'm thinking
I don't
about
know that
that,
they are.
and I'm not ready. I'm not ready there yet to say that because I've seen clips and that's it. I need to see it in a game.
Sure,
I'll go with this.
but I'm
Is
saying, well, I've
those
seen
guys
it in the game.
those guys don't have an expectation on how they should be treated right now.
Right.
They're out here to work and improve.
Of
And
course.
I like that mentality a lot better than, hey, you know who I am. Like, I'm kind of a big deal.
Sure. Well, yeah, I agree with that part. I agree
Which
with
is,
that part.
and that's, but what's
But
crazy
I
about
also would, and I'm not ready to like dog on Nick for that either, because I don't know that he necessarily helped himself if he did fake an injury or anything. I don't know that necessarily helps you, because then that's on your medical records that you've got injury problems, or even just the idea that you might, or if you didn't have
wrong.
one and you didn't play, then you're not a team guy. It's not a good situation for him.
No, and I mean, we
They're
were talking about taking a nice paycheck. I mean, what happens if he goes to LSU and he deals with just something nagging the whole year, and they're like, "Hey, listen, you dealt with this kind of like last year, so let's wait until this thing is ready to go." And now they're overcautious with him, and he never plays a down of football. For the university, they just shelled out $1 million for a dude who doesn't step on the field. And for
Did
him,
they pay him $1 million?
I don't know exactly what it is. I really don't. I do know there was a lot of money. I mean, it was up there. But still, if it's 500,000 and the dude comes and just sits because something nags and
a lot of money to not get on the field. Yeah, I agree.
And especially when you've got a decent core of wide receivers out there. And so,
oh yeah, they build them in the swamp, bro. They got a factory over there. I swear to God.
I
They
don't
just
know. I
pump
don't know
them
what
out
it
every
is.
year. You don't know who the hell they are till they get there.
No, and I think they had one of the guys had a legal issue, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that was yeah, he's out, but he was gone.
Okay.
But the guy that they brought in, who they brought the kid from Kentucky over though, who's a stud.
Yeah.
And he wasn't gonna get what he needed at Kentucky for sure.
Well, and Chicken says it right here. We haven't had really like a great consistent wide receiver since
Marvin,
since Mims. But I would also say that like I feel like that's not entirely accurate. Like I feel like the Nick Anderson year, what we got out of
10 touchdowns and 30-something catches is pretty fucking good, man.
What we got out, I mean, we had a very, very even kill wide receiver group that year. Did we have the guy? No, but we had an even kill, and then, that's even factoring
Made it more
in.
dynamic.
Yeah, it's even factoring in. Oh God, Michigan just transferred out.
Andrell
Anthony, like he was on his way prior to Texas game. He was the number one wide receiver, and Nick Anderson was the super complimentary piece that made everything look great. And then you had Jaden Gibson out there who
finally did it at the end.
Spectacular calls, yeah. And so, those guys were all really good, yeah. But you just want to be able to, you want to get back to the spot to where if it's 3rd and 2. That you're not going like, man, do you think that we get it close enough to go for it on 4th down? Like I felt that way. Whereas like 3 or 4 years ago, if it was 3rd and 3, oh yeah, Drake Stoops here. Drake Stoops also being out there as
he was great. He was great.
Blanket.
Yeah.
But
that's all out of just balling out and playing your ass off and playing hard because it matters to you. I mean, not saying anything bad about Drake. I have nothing but respect for the guy. And I hope somebody asked me if I cared about if he did steroids or not. Fuck no, I don't care.
I don't. But
I mean, he's trying to make it in the league. You know what I mean? And
he is. But I would say this is the DG year when we went 10-2, if you remember right, it was never about the wide receivers. The bitching was about DG not hitting wide open guys or throwing guys late or throwing,
because if
airmailing
he's
the
late,
ball
he's
and
not going to get it there.
no,
That
because he
was
didn't
that
have
was the
juice
thing
in
with
his arm.
DG when he don't have the arm to be late on it. We talked
No.
about that a lot. Now I love DG to death, and I think he's a competitor, right? I think the loss that they had, the Kansas loss, that's all on Levy because he threw the pick six. It was just a bad throw. They happen. But then you completely lost confidence, and he threw the ball 16 times in the game. Jason Bean threw it 20 plus more times than he did.
Yeah, it's like I said, it wasn't
Absolutely
the receiver.
terrible.
It was
Situationally,
the
Levy killed me sometimes, man.
It's just the massive frustration that like we haven't had an offense that you go. You don't feel like you did with Jalen or with Kyler or with Baker, and hell, the first half
The
of
Jalen
every
thing
game
was
with
because of
Spencer.
CD.
No. Well, I mean, it's not like Jalen, Kyler, and Baker didn't have a pretty cool group to throw to. I mean, you had CD, DD, Hollywood, Andrews. You even go with Lee Morris.
Again,
like
another reason why. I mean, we're going to sit here and give all this shit to Venables over year one, and none of that was here. Like what he was left with. He was left with a highly tuned supercar.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing was missing wheels whenever he left.
Well, yeah, it was. And when you focus 100% on the offense side of the ball, and he knew what he was doing because before he left, the class that we really had queued up on defense to come in for Lincoln Riley before he left to USC was going to be legitimate. I mean, you had Gabe Brunlow Dindy, defensive tackle. You had Marvin Jones, who's now on the team now. Like he was close to committing. You had several guys who were, upper echelon. Now, if Lincoln sticks around and a Marvin Jones takes 3 years to mature and to become a factor, and Gabe Dindy really hasn't done a ton, but if those guys would have came here, Lincoln, I think, would be in a worse spot than he is even now, because then it would have been, even if he has great defensive players, he still can't get it done.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think he's shown. I mean, all you have to do is look, and when he's had to build his own staff from the bottom up, like he did at SC, he doesn't know how to do it. Thankfully for him, he's got Jen Cohen because she does know what she's doing, but he doesn't know how to build a complementary offense to his defense because he didn't even learn that from anybody. Leach never did this shit. I'm sorry. I'm a fan of the Pirate. I covered the man. He's fun. He didn't give two shits about that defense. He didn't.
No,
it was we're gonna go score and we're gonna go score and we're gonna go score some more. And it took time for even Josh. It took time for him to understand that. Getting fired from here, all that. He had to go some other places and figure it out. But Lincoln's never had that.
Well, you
that's why he's struggling now.
Nail on the head is he's never had to put together a staff.
That's right.
He walked in here and it was handed to him. He brings in, counselors to kind of help him along the way. But as far as like building a staff, like that's where like when you see guys like, what's his name? Doug Gottlieb saying, hey, I want to go ahead and have, be the coach of Oklahoma State. Well, do you know what it's like to put together a staff? Do you know what it's like to factor in the recruiting and then the coaching portion like that? Do you know, you don't know all those things. And so to hand you a D1 program when you've seen it, but you've never been part of it. You've never been
shit show anyways, Gottlieb. What a joke.
And, but that's why you don't see a lot of these super athletes just roll out and start doing, because look at what Dion's doing. Is it right? Is it not right? I'm not 100% sure still, but he goes out and he says, I need a running back coach. Who was a really good running back in the NFL? Marshall Falk. Let's get Marshall Falk and bring him in here at running backs coach. Sometimes it's going to work. Sometimes it's not going to work.
To be fair, though, he went and got a true offensive coordinator in Shermer. He had Lewis. He just didn't trust him.
Yeah.
But
well, listen, he is. But I mean, you don't have an offensive coordinator on the field playing football, whereas like a specialty coach, like he's going to go after a Joe Horn for the receivers and a Marshall Falk for the running backs. He's probably, he went after Phil Lodeholt, who was a, NFL tackle and an All-American tackle here. So.
Yeah, but even he couldn't deal with all that shit, man. He couldn't deal with all that. I love Coach Prime. I'm not hating on Coach Prime. I think that there's some things he's not doing well or right. You know what I mean?
We'll see.
But I also think that there's some things that he's just bucking at the way things have always been done, and so a lot of people give him shit for it. But the guy did go win 9 games, and
oh yeah,
it is what it is.
I do. I would love to see a Mike Leach, Coach Roybal conversation.
Yeah, they got along okay. Yeah, even though Coach Roybal was he hated that offense, but he had to go to it. So when he first got to, I'll tell you about Coach Roybal. Coach Roybal came from Skyline, and he had big boys, stud athletes. We're talking, well, inner city Dallas. I mean, it's loaded with players, right? And he's getting guys that wouldn't normally be going to Carter because they weren't the same anymore. Well, he got to Hobbs, and he didn't have that. He had money. And he was able to do all the things that you needed to do. But they had been running an air raid type, not an air raid, but a spread type of offense. He came back and he was trying to run what they ran there, which was the triple I. We call it the sniffer I because you got nose up their ass and all that stuff. And I mean, they just weren't strong enough or big enough to do it. And the losses were piling up. And I remember telling him after that second year, I was like, Coach, they're going to get your ass out of here if you don't do something. You got to. This is a basketball town. It's, anyway, on top of that. So it's hard to watch that stuff when you're not winning. If it's winning, nobody cares. They weren't winning enough. But he finally did it. And so he had to sit with Hal Mummy. Hal Mummy was at New Mexico State at the time. And then, of course, there's Leach there at Tech, and he went and hung out with both of them. And I know it drove his ass nuts, but he dealt with it, and he made the switch. And when he finally retired, they were on the verge of, in where they've come to now. I still credit a lot to Coach Roybal because he built him a practice facility, an indoor facility. He got money from the governor to do that. The dude could raise money. He was smart. He was doing a lot of those, in Texas, they would do the showcase weekends or whatever, where they have a bunch of games and, they all make more money like that. He did that a couple of years in Hobbs, and he was changing things around, and they've gotten some decent coaches since him to where they still haven't gotten over the mountaintop, but it's a tough place to do it. This is a basketball town. But I just remember him ready. I thought he was going to pull out the rest of his hair out for having to fucking go to a spread. He just didn't. I just did that promo the other day. He's like, that 3 yards in a cloud of dust is sound music to my ears. Just whip their ass. That's how he is. That's how he wants to do it.
He wants it is like he is definitely the lean in on. You have a battle in every single play, and if you kick the guy's ass across from you, you're going to win.
Yeah.
If you got 11 victories, you're going to win the football game.
Oh, no doubt. But the thing is that he was in the biggest class in the state too, and they were so far behind the 8 ball at that point. And they had a tough ass schedule, and you can't just get rid of your schedule. He didn't get to come in and change it or anything like that. He had to suck it up and go. And flat out, they were not built for what they were trying to do, and square peg, round hole kind of deal. A lot of the things that he did, it was just a little ahead of its time, and he was ready. He built it into a place where they could get to a winning situation from there. And they did. But they're not. I mean, they just don't want state championships is all. But as far as Deion, do I think he wins 9 games this season? I don't know. I think it depends on his quarterback. I think in the Big 12, a lot of it's going to depend on your quarterback. They're having to replace pretty much the entirety of their talent as far as Shedeur and Travis being gone, along with, their receivers too. Jimmy Horn was important to him. But you lose Travis Hunter, who was playing 130 plays. That's tough. Did he go get some studs? He did. Are they going to be ready in year 1? I don't know.
Well, here, let's go through this. So they open up at home versus Georgia Tech. Like that's a challenge. Game 1. That you saw that team, Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt, were kind of the same situation where they were just a team who was going to put a bunch of under-talented guys out there working together, and they're going to say, like, we're going to out-scheme you and out-effort you, and we're going to win. So they get a good test. Then they got Delaware.
Yeah, you can't be a cute team against them. You got to overpower them.
Yeah. Delaware and then at Houston. So do we see something from Houston now, in what is this, year 2? So, we'll see. Wyoming, BYU.
Year 2 at Tulane, they were damn good.
Yeah. BYU, they overachieved last year. I don't know if it's going to be playing a bunch of 30-year-old kids. So at TCU, Iowa State at home, at Utah, Arizona at home, at West Virginia, Arizona State at home, at Kansas State. I will tell you this. October and beyond, Colorado will tell us who they are.
Oh.
That's gonna be tough. You got at home, at home, at home, at home. Like, you don't get back-to-back home games. You don't get back-to-back road games. And for a new team, some kind of consistency and some kind of like where something is stable, that's where you can grow, is finding a slot where you can have 2 or 3 home games in a row or 2 or 3 road games where you can build the team together. So
I don't know what we're going to get out of the Big 12 anyway. I don't know that anybody's going to sustain like owning this conference. I think that TCU's on its way back. They got a quarterback. I think that K-State has a quarterback. I like BYU because I think Kalani Sitake is unbelievably good at what he does.
He's mildly on the hot seat.
Why?
Well, because he just
didn't even have that quarterback couldn't throw to.
No, he couldn't. But it's just a situation. I think it's the Frank Solich, Mac Brown situation where it's like, yes, we've been good, but you can't get us over the edge. Now, do I think they're going to fire him? No, I don't think that they're going to fire him, but they want more.
Well, I think that they should have a better situation as far as the quarterback's concerned, but they play good defense. I don't know, man. In this league, look, they tied for the berth in the championship game. It was a 4-way tie at the top. They just didn't win the wacky Big 12 tiebreaker. Same with Coach Prime in them. It is what it is.
You got. I think Baylor does get a little bit better.
Baylor could be better, which is weird. I thought Aranda was toast. He keeps somehow finding a way to stay.
I'll just say
that quarterback saved his ass.
I'm not gonna lie, I really don't give a shit.
I don't either.
Like, we're talking about the Big 12, and I'm like, why?
No, well, the conversation was more.
No, I know.
But I'm saying.
That's the indictment for this program from way back when I called it the Bless Your Heart Conference.
The Bless Your Heart Conference. Yeah, that is. Like, you coined that. You coined that phrase.
You look at it and you're just like, at least the ACC, you got Clemson, you got Florida State, you got Miami. But, yeah, we'll see what happens to the Big 12 this year. I think it's going to be another one. Here's what I won't do this year. I'm not picking Oklahoma State to do anything. Fool me once.
Who told you that? Who told your ass how crazy you were at the start of the year?
I had to walk you down from picking Oklahoma State to be in the playoff. And
you're such a liar.
You're wrong sometimes, Jason. Jason, you're wrong sometimes.
Such a liar. I'm going to pull. I have to pull this receipt now. Is that what we got to do?
I got to step in.
I have to pull this receipt now.
Listeners.
Okay. Such a horseshit call.
The brand.
They call your team trash. Because that's what they are, trash.
Well,
how do they not fire that son of a bitch?
because they're terrified of what do you do otherwise.
Well, here's the thing. I'm telling you, I said this on the Late Show. When this happen, when you hear about this, you'll know that this is what I'm talking about. His ass is gone soon.
I mean, what was
There's something out there that has happened. When you hear about it, you'll know this is what I'm talking about. Wild shit, dude. Wild shit.
He's just a sideshow. It's
a joke. It's a fucking joke.
He's a walking meme, man. Because it's like, what was the interview that they play on the Sports Animal right now, where it's like him talking about getting headbutted by a cow, and that's why he couldn't show up for a press conference.
People that are negative and voicing their opinion are the same ones that can't pay their own bills.
Yeah,
same shit. Oh yeah, headbutting old Bessie. Old Bessie got his ass.
It's what probably happened. He probably tried to take Ollie Gordon's vodka bottle, and Ollie Gordon put it to him right before pro day.
Ouch! Oh, Ollie, that did not make him look very good. Ollie, and Ollie trying to. He came back for money apparently, but he did not come back with the right. He was terrible. He was fucking terrible.
Guess what? What did he run, a 4.7 at the combine? 4.6, something like that. So I mean,
it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
It hurt him pretty bad. Because I just remember them saying like Danny Stutzman running faster. It was a shot to them. Not that I care about this program. I don't know what we're talking about. Let's talk about something fun.
Fuck them, yeah.
Like taxes.
I hope they never win again.
No, it's yeah, again, if you guys are still on here, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patty's Day, man. Happy St.
Hey, chicken, it's the same thing for Jason. I don't know how many times Jason and I have been like middle conversation, and then I never see him again for the rest of the day. Because of me. It's where it is something, because
I got way lost in Cincinnati, though, is what he's talking. I got way fucking lost. And my phone died in the middle of me getting lost. I had no idea where I was. So I had to find a way. I got on a bus, tried to plug in on the bus. I didn't have the right thing to plug in. So I stopped in the middle of town. Cincinnati is a underrated sports town, by the way, though.
It is. Ohio, just in general. Ohio is just great across the board.
Yeah.
Hey, good question here. OU Revenge Tour. Recruiting slower. So if you were on our show last night, I think it came out that Jonathan Hatton is the running back, was committed, decommitted, and then now all of a sudden kind of just moved up his recruitment. I guess he's going to commit on the 22nd. I expect that to be OU as of right now. If I had money to bet on it. It was so I think that is going to be a situation. I think a lot of the pause right now is I really do believe that a lot of the pause has some stuff with the quarterbacks. I think a lot is waiting on what is Bo Bentley doing.
Yeah.
And
is he going to make a decision pretty quick after he's done with these moves, with these visits? He's coming to his decision pretty soon.
I think it's an ultimate. I think that decision's pretty much made, and I think it's just up to Oklahoma to really incentivize him to go ahead and do it. That leaves another question. I won't get into the Jaden O'Neal, Bo Bentley situation, but I do think that you're going to see probably in between April and May, I bet you get 6 or 7 guys. But I think that with rev sharing coming in July, I think that with the NIL pieces, I also think with what is Oklahoma going to look like, that might slow some people down a little bit. But I do believe that once there's some OU is in on some silly names, and I mean is in good position for some really, really silly names. A lot of talent
at the very least, right?
Yeah. And so here's what I'm going to say about the quarterbacks. And I preface this with I have a great relationship with the O'Neal family.
Yeah, I like
Um,
him a lot. I like him a lot, and I love his arm.
and so this is a tough deal because Jaden O'Neal commits to Oklahoma. He basically runs Kevin Sperry off because people excited about that big arm, that stature, the California, kid coming here and taking
Winging it.
over.
Winging
He throws a pretty ball. Well, then you hire Ben Arbuckle. Ben Arbuckle has what he wants to do. And if you have a guy like Jaden O'Neal who is able to move around in the pocket, but think
But he's
of
not
a
mobile by any stretch, right?
yeah. Think of a guy like Jameis Winston, or think of what's his name down there in Houston, quarterback from Ohio State.
Oh, Aaron Nolan or
No. Quarterback play Houston Texans.
CJ Stroud.
Stroud. I wanted to say I had Colden in my head and I couldn't get it out. So that's who Jaden says that he patterns his game off. But I think that the capability for a Bo Bentley to be able to be more mobile and to do more of that John Mateer, scrambling, got to be able to tuck it and run and take off. Like that's what Bo Bentley is able to do better than Jaden O'Neal. That doesn't mean Jaden O'Neal's not able to do it. It just means that Bo Bentley's better fit for that. Jaden also played half of a school season because the teams were bailing out and forfeiting games. He didn't do a ton of the camps that people were wanting him to do. He did a bunch of camps. I would just say this is Jaden O'Neal is in tow right now. If Bo Bentley commits, Jaden O'Neal has a decision to make. Do I believe in myself and do I want to be here? And do I feel like the team has placed an equal emphasis on how important I am to the team? And if they feel so, then we're going to have a quarterback battle. If they don't feel so, I think Jaden O'Neal probably goes and looks elsewhere. I don't think that you lose one way or the other. I really don't. If we end up with Jaden O'Neal, we are set up. If we end up with Bo Bentley, we're set up. We end up with both of them, we're set up. And please remember this.
Michael Hawkins is still around too, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm not even getting into that because to say that you can plan the next 4 to 5 years out based off of the commitments in this next upcoming class is a fallacy in college football nowadays.
Oh yeah, it
is an absolute fallacy.
You can't get them both because that's just throwing away money for a year on one of them.
I do see your argument in that one. I'm just not going to get into that because when it all comes down to it, what does Bo Bentley want to do and what is Jaden O'Neal?
I agree. And listen, I am all for Jaden O'Neal. We've said that on this show that he was the one that showed all the loyalty in the world. He was recruiting the class, doing what you expect out of these stud quarterbacks. And because his team didn't play 12, 13 games or whatever like they did in Texas, and then Bentley winning the state championship, he didn't get worse. I'm going to tell you, I think whoever ends up with Jaden O'Neal, us or otherwise, hits the lotto. Yeah, he's a stud.
He's got a cannon. And here's the thing, is the slight fallacy on the Jaden O'Neal situation is that he is not top tier. And a lot of that has to do with a lot of different things. But dude has moved to Mustang. He's here.
Right. No, I think he's still. I would hope that he's still in play because I'm not sure that believe that Bo's coming. I don't know that I think that.
No, you got to wait. So that's where I'm thinking. I think that decision number one is in Bo Bentley's court as of right now, and then at that point, there's a decision to be made in the O'Neal court. I don't think you lose.
I think it comes down to though Arbuckle. He gets to make his choice because he's the damn offensive coordinator. He likes what he has in Mateer. He sees Mateer in this kid. I actually think he throws the ball very well too, but I just don't think. I don't know that nobody throws the ball like we've seen Jaden throw it, right? I just don't see anybody throwing it like that.
Well, and here's where when you go get a really, really good offensive coordinator,
Yeah.
things all of a sudden get uncomfortable for you because it's not that he saw Jaden O'Neal and thought, that's not it. I need to go get another guy. It was a situation to where we need another quarterback in that room. You got to have one. You got to have another quarterback for the 26th season. And
okay, Chris brought this up, and I'll ask you real quick. What about the kid that they just brought in from Utah? Who's to say?
No, Jet New, yeah.
Jet, Jet looks pretty damn good.
I don't think
He's
I
a
think
little
Jet
guy.
New. I think Jet New is a lot like the guy Pennsylvania quarterback that's on that we have right now at the back end of the and again that's how cool this is. My brain's not working today, but let me say this is you have Ben Arbuckle who said we need a fourth quarterback. So I'm going to go out Zerbrug. We have another quarterback. I'm going to go out and I'm going to go get another quarterback. It's not the fact that Ben Arbuckle went and found somebody who was another big 5-star quarterback. He found a guy that he liked, and he started developing a relationship. And that guy just happens to be screaming up the rankings right now. And that's because Ben Arbuckle went and found a diamond in the rough and got in with him. And now he's going.
Before he went 16-0, yeah.
Yeah. And so now it is a situation where if Ben Arbuckle was shit, yeah, maybe he's going after a low 3-star guy just to have a body in the room. But he diagnosed somebody that he wanted to offer to come play for him, and he just happens to be a stud. And so it's not he saw O'Neal and said, I got to replace that guy. That's not my guy. It was, I need another body in that room. And he found a great body that seems to be getting better. And so, again, if you
he's shooting up the ranks, right? I mean, he's the number 5 ranked guy in the country as far as quarterbacks are concerned.
Being looked at by, I think that the major contender between
Ohio State
is Ohio State. Yeah, so it's not like it's going to be us or Utah or us or SMU or us or Georgia Tech. It's like it's us and Ohio State, and so and for Bo Bentley, hey dude. Did you like throwing to really good receivers? Well, what if I could guarantee you that we're going to have at least 3 5-stars on the roster at all damn time for you to throw to?
Yeah, and that's the thing. What happens to Ohio State, though, with him as a coordinator, not just the receivers coach?
Until I see something change, I'm not going to expect anything to change. I think that's a pretty fair assumption because, and you know what? It could be this year. And then we get to say, well, there we go. We thought it might be a situation. I just don't think that it's going to take a massive dip, especially with, it's not.
I don't think like, this dude is Chip Kelly, dude. I'm sorry, but I don't.
But Jeremiah Smith is still Jeremiah Smith.
That's
Jeremiah Smith's still going to be very, very good. Like it doesn't matter what quarterback goes and throws to Ryan Williams, he's still going to be really good. So that's the thing that I think about with Bentley and Ohio State is that's their biggest selling point.
Like, I'll give you that. He recruits.
You're never going to have bad guys to throw to. At Oklahoma, can you get a couple of yeoman guys, maybe 1 5-star? Sure. We haven't seen Emmett Jones land a 5-star, and that's his only criticism at the moment is that he can't get a 5-star. And so you get one of those guys, and he turns into. By that same time,
could have gotten Micah Hudson if he wanted him. Apparently, he didn't.
No, and a lot of people backed off Micah Hudson. A ton of people backed off Micah Hudson. You recruit your own problems, And like I said with the receiver earlier, that's not the guy I was talking about, but it was the same situation. There was another high-ranked, portal guy that said, "Hey, listen, I would like to come to Oklahoma." We were the leader for him. We found out.
Are you talking about Washington? Come from? Are we talking about the Texas kid?
No. You're talking about swimming trophy guy. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's
what's his damn name?
Jonte Cook.
Jonte, yeah. No, listen, that guy's an idiot. That you could smell the crazy on him. Like it.
Yeah, bro. He lasted a week in Pullman. Not Pullman, but whatever it is in Seattle.
Oregon.
Washington.
Oh yeah, that's right. He went to but it's. I mean, like I said, with the other cat, same situation. Dude's already in trouble. So you've got. I don't really put a lot of emphasis. Like, there's a difference between a 5-star guy and Jeremiah Smith. There's a difference between a 5-star guy and Ryan Williams. Like, because I think of Trajan Bridges,
No doubt.
Jaden Hazelwood, like
Oh,
those
yeah.
guys. That didn't do any shit for us. Coach Ricks.
Coach
What's
Ricks
what's
is
going
in
on,
the
Coach?
house for the last few minutes that we're here. We're going on
Oh
4
no.
freaking
Hey
hours.
man, I'm just enjoying it, y'all.
Hey,
Continue.
man, nah, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. But I am.
You could have watched Infinity War, and you would be wrapping up some Thanos snapping right now or I guess they'd be in the big battle right now. Avengers
I'm
Assemble.
Captain America then.
I feel
I'm
like
about to
I
snap.
feel like the Hulk, but after he snapped, so he's just running around with a sling on. That's
Oh
kinda how
my
I feel.
goodness. Coop. What the hell?
And I don't know if y'all can tell, my eyes are like killing me. I guess I am getting sick because I've
I know
been
you've been
using
putting eye
Visine like
drops in.
crazy. I've been
At
putting
one
eye
point,
drops in
at
forever.
one point, he had just Visine just kind of trickling down both sides,
It's
and I
something
was like,
going
I
around,
think
man. It's something going around.
it's the.
Yeah, well, it's
Are
been
you guys,
blowing wind too. It could just be allergies, but I don't know. It's something, but I'm starting to feel it the longer
bro?
we
That wind and that dust was so crazy the other night that my
bro.
little brother came over and we sat on the back porch because it was away from the wind, but we sat out there and we watched Interstellar on the back porch and just drank some Irish beer on Friday night because of that. It was just nuts how dusty it is. And then my daughter and I were out there throwing some darts last night, and I had to get the leaf blower out because there's like, like dirt drifts on the back porch. It was just insane.
The old Southwest, buddy. It's the
That's
old
why I moved.
Southwest.
That's why I moved.
Ugh.
It's just too crazy down there, man.
Hey, we could have a tornado, a blizzard, an earthquake, a heat warning, and then a freeze warning all in the state of Oklahoma tonight. Because it's today.
Coop, when I moved, it was a tornado, it was raining, it was snowing, and the sun was out. I said, it's time to get the hell up out of here. It's time to get the hell up out of here. And
It's
my
like,
wife was like, yeah, it's time to go.
Oklahoma's like one of those weather, disaster movies to where random stuff is like, that would never happen. Us in Oklahoma were like, I think that was Tuesday, April 11th.
Oh, my beer. Oh, my beer.
It is.
No, man. I heard you guys talking earlier, man. I just wanted to jump in and just, be a part of it, man. Like I said, I'm hearing a lot of great things as well, man. So I'm just excited. Getting
Shout
ready
out to Javonnie, bro.
Hey. I keep telling people, man, everybody's like, Coach, you got to give me an autograph. I'm like, no, I don't do that shit for Keontae. Well, I'm going to do it for you. I mean, it's.
No,
I knew
you're
it was.
just gonna get him on my show is what you're gonna do.
Oh yeah. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that has to happen, man, because everybody's excited. But I'm biased. I mean, I'll be like, oh, well, I knew it. No, I didn't know. I just think a lot of people are going to see something exciting this year.
Well, Marcus knew when he saw him play, so that was big.
It shocked me, man, when I heard that. I was like, did his name Pine Butt UAPB? And it just happened to be, a family member and everything, man. And
What
I
a
was
deal, though. I mean, he's hungry, right? He's hungry, ready to get out there and get after it.
like
And
I said, he's upset.
so much talent, man.
He's upset. The Gazette back in Jacksonville or back in Little Rock made a little statement about he couldn't even win the SWAC Player of the Year. How do people think that he's going to do at Oklahoma? And he's hearing that kind of shit. So,
Well, it said that they wanted him really bad and were pissed.
Arkansas wanted him real bad, and
Yeah.
me and you talked about that. It was some things that almost happened, but then when Mr. Dent was talking about him and everything, man, we was like, hey, you might want to take this visit. You might not want to do that yet. And thank God he didn't sign and everything because Arkansas was the place.
Yeah. Well,
So
here's the thing. His anonymity is ticking. That's true. The anonymity, because you can't look like him and just kind of sneak around.
Yeah.
You don't sneak the Hulk into the movie theater. Everybody sees him walking in. Like you're going to see that stuff, and especially when he's physically
Gifted. Yeah.
He
gifted
is
like
the
that.
Hulk.
But
Shit.
everybody is already having the conversation. I mean, how long was it before we saw Deion Burks all of a sudden starting to get all the love last year?
Yeah.
Because of a few spring practices. And then, the moment we rolled out for the spring game, you bomb him deep, and everybody's like, oh, this is going to be crazy. Listen, same thing. I turned to Jay during the Temple game last year after his 3rd touchdown, and I said, I think 10 touchdowns is a little low for what my expectation. Well, obviously, it ended up being really low, or it ended up being really high because he didn't score another touchdown. But I have a feeling that he's going to get his opportunities.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping so and everything, man. I just think that with him being as good as he could be or potentially might be, it's going to make Deion Burks and everybody else better because who are you going to guard?
Yeah, it's
You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
double team nobody. You can't double team nobody,
I
and
think
then
and you're already hearing, hey, we've talked about the Zions, both of them a lot, and they seem to be, Zion Burks anyway right now has been showing out. And he had his moments last year too, but consistency was kind of the deal with him. But I think that
yeah,
you get opportunities like this.
well,
Really
also
flawed in the house. Really flawed in the house. She's cool, man. Awesome.
you also you're talking about like when you got a guy like an Ivan Carrion or a Reagans or a Kearney, they need to go out there and be playing with people who have done it and who can go over to the sideline after the play and say, all right, so here's what you did, and the EJ. And EJ needs to be able to focus his time in maybe one, maybe two younger guys to help correct those things. When you've got to correct 5 receivers at the same exact time because they're all
trying to herd cats.
you can't. It's not going to work. You're not
Yeah.
going to get because because let's go this. Kearney runs a dig route. Carry On runs a little short hook, and then you have Reagan's runs some fake bubble screen. And there's 3 things incorrect. It's not. It's like you don't have enough time because then they got to go back on the field again too. So you're saying like, hey, remember on first down, you had the button hook, you turned it inside. It was called to the outside. So when Arnold saw you break into the inside, he had to go off and he had to go over here on this bubble screen. Reagan's, you ran. Like you can't just have this long narrative because they got to go back in the game.
Yeah.
And so, but if you get a chance to work with 2 or 3 guys who know what they're doing, and then really get a chance to kind of like get down and pull Zion Kearney out of the game and say, hey, for the next 3 plays, me and you are going to chat about something, and we're going to watch this receiver run this appropriate route. They didn't have that.
Well, here's the thing too. That's what, as good as he physically looks, right? What I love the most about him and what I've seen is his route running precision.
He loves the post corner.
But he runs everything precisely, though. He cuts so well. He moves in and out of his breaks very well. He's getting his head around at the right times. He played for the bad quarterback last year, bro. A bad quarterback. Yeah. And I mean, they just wasn't a very good team, but he was those things translate. That's what I've been trying to say. People are, oh, he's an FCS guy. Dude, the size, speed, and precision, that translates to leagues. It doesn't matter. Right.
It don't matter. No matter where you go, 4.3 and 215 is 4.3, 215. It don't matter where you play and where you go.
And in 6 weeks, those guys, they don't really give a shit where you came from. If you started out in Albany and you ended up at Florida State, that don't matter. If you run a 4.3, they write down 4.3. They don't write 4.3, but went to Arkansas Pine Bluff his freshman year. Like, they don't write stuff like that. He runs a 4.3. He had 62 catches for 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns at Oklahoma. Like, he does these things well. We need to improve on these things, and he can become elite at these things. That's what this stuff is. And you're not going to do it. Why? Because while we're offering this receiver in 2023, and we missed out on him, Well, now he's ready to go, and now he's ready to come in here and perform and produce.
Yep.
And so, listen, he's going to do a good job, and he's not, as long as the fan base realizes that, like, he could be successful and these receivers can be successful without breaking 1,000 yards or 100 catches. Like, this is going to be an offense to where you're going to see a lot in the 30 to 60 catches, and you're going to see a lot of guys in the 400 to 800 yards. Now, will we have one or two that might have 1,000? Sure. But don't look at him and say, oh, well, he only had 56 catches for 800 yards and 4 touchdowns and be like, it was a disappointment. No, because you had 3 other guys with the same production.
Exactly.
Right. It's whatever the numbers. Look, there's a lot of times that we've seen a lot of really good receivers that were better after they left because you have a lot of really good receivers.
Yeah.
Right. I think if you look at what Texas has had over the last couple of years, they've had really good receivers that didn't put up ridiculous numbers. I mean, they just didn't because they had too many of them, right? Or not too many, but enough of them that you got to you got to spread the ball around, and they still didn't keep everybody happy. And so it is what it is. Shit, not everybody's CeeDee Lamb. Not everybody's CeeDee Lamb. Not everybody's Marvin Mims for that matter. Marvin getting 1,000 yards that year was a surprise to me.
Yeah.
Well, and it was all in the first half. I don't know if you guys remember, like Marvin, it seemed like at OU, Marvin, I guess that Texas game was a little different, but like Marvin Mims just like when it was the Spencer Rattler year, like he balled out in the first half and then it's just he disappeared. It's because Spencer Rattler, they made adjustments and Lincoln and Spencer couldn't figure it out. And then even like the DG year, Marvin Mims, the Spencer Rattler and Caleb Williams year, like Marvin Mims, he's still playing with a guy who wasn't a great quarterback yet. With Caleb Williams, he was a thrower still at that point, and he's just an athlete out there doing athlete things. And I think that if you put Marvin Mims on a team with a really good quarterback, that's a guy who's probably breaking 1,500 yards.
Yeah. I think Ryan Broyles was decent his freshman and sophomore year and everything, and he was a dog. Sometimes when you got great guys around you and everything, man, you just one of the guys. You're not going to be that CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb was different.
He's kind of an alpha male, though. I don't know. I expect good things out, but I expect good things out of Sategna. I expect good things out of Ivan Carrion to some of these guys. And if we know if
Cortez Lewis.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of guys that could. I would see Ivan Carrion. I could see, either of the Zions because they're dynamic kids. They are. I think that they have enough of it this year that, again, and going through I think you guys said this on your show, and I know you got to get out of here. So you said this on your show, though, last night. When you have to go through that as freshmen, and I know what we were just saying about EJ, but those kids had to go through that and live and die that way through that year of, Jackson and all that craziness. But what it does is get you ready for what you got. And not only that, your first year in the SEC and you got a bunch of freshmen that are having to come in and it's not whatever we get from you is gravy. It's we need you to be the guy.
Yeah.
Well, also, have you guys ever noticed that when you have a quarterback, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts at some points, guys that aren't really great consistently throwing the ball and it's more of a run game predicated offense,
sure,
those receivers tend to have more drops because they're not running consistency. They're doing a lot of blocking. They're out there. They're doing that stuff. And those receivers, it just always seems like you can point towards the Baltimore's football team and go, they're going to have guys with some decent drops. And it's because the opportunities are few and far in between. And so same thing, when your offense is going 3 and out, if your offense is going 3 and out and you are, getting the ball, not delivered to you for
the right place
quarters at a time. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, like one actually hits you. Shit, it's a surprise. You're like, what is this? Like I ran this route and this ball's supposed to be here and it's here. Like you need some
Yep.
consistency. You need to get into a rhythm, and it's hard. And you
Yeah.
hear every single commentator talk about, getting in a rhythm on offense. They haven't been able to get in a rhythm, whether it's basketball, baseball, football. You got to have some rhythm, and it's hard to progress when you don't know what to expect at any point.
Yeah. This is such a weird statement from Really Flawed being a Texas fan. I don't know how to take her most of the time. But Coop, tell everybody how to find you, and we got to get out of here too, man. But
Yeah, you can find me Unfair Sports. We've got a couple cool things we're gonna have coming out here soon. Working on a couple new sponsors for some more fun on the show. But yeah, Unfair Sports. Check out
Yeah.
Jay and I. Jay is going to be taking some. He's on his way to Vegas tomorrow or Wednesday morning. And so he's going to be in Vegas entertaining some clients and watching some basketball. And so we'll probably be back on Sunday. But yeah, check us out Wednesday nights, Sunday nights.
awesome, man. We always appreciate having you on here with us, man. It's good insight.
4 hours.
Love doing it.
4 hours of power.
Yeah, dude, we've gone 4 hours today.
Man.
It's
That's good.
long enough,
That's good,
bro.
Jason. That's good.
Way long enough. Not whenever I'm feeling the way I'm feeling, but it was a great show. I enjoyed every minute of it. I've enjoyed every minute of it. But yeah, man, we appreciate you coming in, brother.
Yeah, all 240 minutes of it.
Hey,
243.
Yeah.
yeah, listen, that's what it is. We've actually, we've had, no, we've had over 700 people watching, so it's not
you go.
terrible on views. I mean, it's low for a 4-hour show, I guess, but not for me lately because of because of this bullshit that's been going on. So it's not that bad. What's up there, Crow? But yeah, man, appreciate you coming in for sure.
All right, guys. You guys take care. Aaron
All right,
Gabras, Lanja, have yourself a fine Irish beverage today.
Lots of green beer.
Responsibly. Drink responsibly.
Drink responsibly, or don't drive at least.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one, Jason, man. Thank you for letting me come in, bud.
Hey, Coach, hold up.
What's
We'll
up?
Tell everybody how to find you too.
Oh man, I'm back on now. So thank God I got everything cleared up.
By
So
the way, too, yeah, whatever the hell that was, and I just did want to get into that for a second before we do that.
What?
Folks, I don't know how to say this enough.
yeah.
It's just fucking college football content, people.
Yeah. That's all it is. That's all it
It's
is, man.
just college football content. If you don't like what we have to say,
Just
don't watch it.
block me. Do something.
Don't
But
fucking watch it. Do
Yeah.
not do the shit like this clown ass motherfucker just did with Coach Ricks
oh yeah,
over the
man.
last couple of weeks.
He was writing stuff, man, to family and daughters and wives. I mean, I was about to go crazy. So, but we got it situated and everything, man. We got some things taken care of, VPN and everything. So
Good.
hopefully everything's gonna be good now.
Well, I mean, come on, man. This is supposed to be. I mean, listen, we're not making that much money if we're making $1. So
I
let's
just
not
love
get
talking.
crazy here.
That's all it is. I just love talking, man.
Hey,
Love
man, this
coming
is
on and
great
do some
fun.
things.
I mean, look, this is why we do it because we love it, but because you're certainly not doing it for the money. But you don't. It's easy to stop loving stuff when things like what had just happened. And honestly, I've been going through all this bullshit with the shadow ban and stuff, and I know it's over somebody from somewhere that got pissy about nothing, about a
Yeah.
nothing thing.
Yeah. It's
Relax,
crazy, man.
folks.
It's
Relax.
It's crazy.
It's fucking college football.
So
It's not live or die stuff. Come on.
yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate you though, Coach
No
Ricks.
problem.
Make sure you guys get over there, check him out at Coach's Talk.
Yeah.
It's at Coach Ricks right here on YouTube. And
Yeah, we're gonna do my
are
first.
you on today? Or are you on?
Yeah, we're gonna do my first welcome back today and everything. It's been like a week and a half since I've been on, so we're gonna
Shit.
come on back in tonight.
Give me time to go get an allergy pill or something in me, and shoot me a link, and I'll come in.
It'll be on 7:00 tonight, man. So I got you, bud.
Perfect. All right, brother.
All right, man. You take time,
Love you,
man.
man. Appreciate you.
All right, bud. You have a good one, bud.
All right, later.
All right, bye.
Folks, appreciate everybody coming in, spending some time with us today. As always, spring break in Norman, but it's Big Monday. I don't know what I just did there. Anyway, yeah, it's been, I don't know what's going on with me, but I think it's either allergies or cold or something. I could feel it coming on as of yesterday, and then my eyes have been killing me. So It's been long enough staring at the screen. I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate everybody popping in. As always, and we'll see you for sure tomorrow night on Hall of Fame College Football with Jason and the Coach. Maybe before then on Coach Rick's channel. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Make sure you hit that like button. We'll see you all on the next one. Bye, really.